Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the reception table. My name is Sylvester Rose, and I will be your DM for the day as we are continuing our fantastical journey throughout Crossroads. And I am here with my good friends, James, Justin, Matthew, and Grayson, each playing Astrid, Onyx, Domino, and Zatira accordingly. If you guys want to introduce yourselves, as we're still new here.
Hey everybody, I'm James, also known as Onyx in the campaign. I was out last time, I was about to be out this time, but I made it. Hi.
Fantastic.
Hello, I am Justin. I made it. We're here. Let's play.
And that for all you guys, that is the Goliath, big man Astrid. Zatira. Oh, Domino.
Okay.
No, you're good.
Okay. Hey, I'm Matthew. I play Domino. Last time you guys saw me, I was almost dead, so...
And lastly, Zatira.
Hello, I'm Grayson. I am playing Zatira, the Tiefling Rogue. We got a lot of action last time, and this time I can't wait to see what antics the other two got up to.
All right. We are running into one small issue. Just, if you don't mind, everybody just pretend this part segment isn't happening. Lovely. All right. And sorry about that. Back to it. Let's get ourselves... Oh, updates before we get into the game. Actually, we do have some news for you all. Very unfortunately, as you guys know, we play every 2 weeks. Where we normally would have a session on the 20th, unfortunately, due to schedule conflicts and too many players not being able to make it, we're not going to be able to run a session on the 20th, and you see us again on the 3rd. So it's going to be a whole month until we see you guys again. So I'm very sorry for that. I wish we could play more often, and maybe one day we can. But that's the current update we have. We also have a new podcast up for you guys, second episode to Reception Talks you can find on Sylvester Rose at YouTube. And then lastly, if you no, I believe that's all of our updates. Is there anything else that you guys know of?
We should probably promote the podcast that also on the channel that has the recap as well as other informative questions about the other players.
He already did.
That would be Reception
okay.
Talks,
Yeah.
but that's okay.
Reception Talk.
Reception Talk.
Yeah.
Starring me
Go
and
watch it.
Grayson. Go watch it.
It's fun. It's a good time. We should see you there. Last thing to mention is that you may notice that we are missing a player. They'll be joining us about halfway through the session today. Unfortunately, even though they were supposed to have this time off, work is fun in America. So they'll be catching up to us in about around 7:30, about an hour and a half for this session. So without any more things to say, let's get ourselves back into the game. All right.
Hooray!
As for a update of the, a recap of the last session. In the last session, we were running a campaign where we were missing Onyx and Domino. One focused around Astrid, Kalikath, and Zatira, and their adventures throughout Crossroads. They traveled their way up to Lord Vashon to have an audience with him before they were then accused of being involved with the murders and the events that transpired the night and morning prior. They had run into a number of figureheads within Crossroads, including Mako Knight, the leader of the Red Chapel inside of Crossroads, along with Lord Vashon and his son, within the Kohi Manor. Afterwards, they then got imprisoned temporarily while an investigation was taking place, but they were attacked within their own cells by a group known as the Golden Mask, one shrouded in mystery and unsure where they come from or what their true ordeals were, but it seemed as though they were looking for the Silvervine. After being attacked by the Golden Mask, they decided to retreat, and they ran down into the sewers to try and get away from any further Golden Mask, and also not being accused of hurting the people in front of that were attacking them, who were possessed by the Golden Mask. They then went through the sewers before finding a horrid abomination within that horrid abomination. After in a very close encounter where we almost lost Astrid, they then broke free of the sewers and made their way to the surface, finding themselves to come out into one of the many exits of the sewer system within the graveyard. But for today, or for now, we're actually going to go back in time and see what was Onyx doing during all this, and where was Domino? Onyx. It's a perfectly fine morning within Crossroads. The sun is beginning to shine just over some of the rooftops, and standing beside you is your sister. Currently, has a decent amount of life in her eyes, and her cheeks are kind of flush. You guys have just eaten breakfast, and you're standing outside of the Iron Tanker Tavern as you see a Goliath and a tiefling head on their way, seemingly with their own agenda to do for the day. You'd spoken to the Goliath the night before, as there was a bunch of there was a lot that happened, a bunch of commotion, but they seem that things are calming down, and you're back to what you came here for. An investigation needs to be taken place, but before that, your sister needs to be taken care of for.
That's very true. Oh, Elizabeth. I think I'll pay our brother a visit today. It's been a while, and see if we can get some permanent place for you to stay. Do you want to come with, or?
I would like that. I'm feeling kind of spry today.
Oh, that's good. You've been in good health since we've been here.
I don't know what it is. It certainly feels like the very air is different here. And honestly, I haven't felt like this in a long time. I feel better than when we came here.
Oh, that's just amazing. Truly, this place is magical in comparison to Galahad.
I wonder why we even lived there in the first place sometimes.
Honestly.
I don't...
It's crazy. I guess, maybe brother picked maybe we got the short end of the stick and brother got lucky.
Well, we were taking care of Mother. It was his choice to not do so. And Mother had a stead there. We didn't have a stead here. It made sense at the time.
Of course.
If we hadn't gone back, no one would have been able to take care of her.
Yes, and I'll never regret that, but...
I don't think I haven't seen Crossroads in years even. This was just different than how I remembered it. The people seem nicer.
Do they really?
Maybe, or Galahad's just made me start to think of the worst in people.
Both are probably likely. But I'm really glad you're liking this place. Hopefully we can... I still have the shop back home, but... I don't know, maybe I can open something up here.
I have friends back home too, but maybe that might not be a bad idea if we can afford it. Your brother may even help, or our brother may even help.
Yeah.
Do you think before we go see your brother, we could stop at a few places, just see what's around?
Yeah, sure. I do need to do some shopping as well. After last night and that whole debacle with the bartender, it made me think I need to get some things.
Well, I hear that there's a bazaar not too far, and just down the way, I believe, from what I was overhearing last night. If you'd like to, I was kind of wanting to go there.
Okay, yeah, let's go. That sounds awesome.
And with that, almost with a happy trot, she's for a moment ahead, leading the way, and then you guys kind of go and meet while we follow, walking together, heading through Crossroads. The morning at Crossroads really peaceful compared to the afternoon when in the busy hours. There's not many people currently out and about except for the merchants and a few other traders, and maybe a few people getting into town after traveling over the night, which is never a safe thing to do, but they do it nonetheless. And there's overall this air of peace among this quarter of the city as you guys walk your way. Various wooden structures with signs and for sale stuff. Anything from like people with tablecloths being sold and all kinds of nicks and knacks. But these are like proper stores, and you even see one jewelry store traveling along your way. in your as you head to the bazaar.
Oh, wow. A jewelry store, you say?
Stopping at the jewelry store, yeah, there's a sign that says, it says Athens Jewelry.
Athens jewelry. Well, sister, what do you think we make this our first stop?
Okay, yeah, I'm not one for the fancy things like that, but I would love to take a look at them.
Sure. Let's check it out.
You guys kind of walk in, and as you push open the door, it's like a wooden door with a glass like pane you can see into there, and there's a bell that shing shing rings as you walk in. Right now there's pretty much no other customers as a face kind of pops out from behind the desk. A woman, presumably Tanis, kind of slimmer in build and wearing a brown vested jacket and their pants with held together by a black belt with a silver buckle. Welcome to my store. How can I help you today this morning? Having a fair day?
Oh yes, the day's been actually lovely. We just moved here last night.
Well, welcome to Crossroads. What are you doing in a jewelry store on your first day here?
Oh well, so many sights and sounds. But I have a question for you. Do you have any broken jewelry?
Oh, well,
Anything that's been...
yes, we did have some damaged merchandise. That was coming in some shipments. How come?
I'm a bit of a craftsman myself, and it's been about a week since I've gotten to fix or do anything, and I figured I might as well come in and see if there were anything that you've disregarded that might need saving.
Well, there are things that I could have help with around the shop if you were are you looking for work, sir?
Perhaps later, but just maybe broken...
I could sell you them at a discount if that's what you're interested in.
Yes, that sounds amazing.
Okay, well, let me take a look back here. And she takes a step behind the jewelry, and all the jewelry that is in sight are behind these large, thick glass containers, and there's really not many for it being a jewelry store. There's like the counter that she stands at, and then another small table in the middle with like those are not protected. They're just various nicks and knacks, seem to be earrings and things. There are stones, but considering that they're not locked down, they're maybe not super precious stones. And then besides that, there's just a wall behind the desk with just very few. There's like a necklace and a small little stool, like a pendant with a weird rock in the center of it. Looks like a bead almost. And she's gone for some ways before she comes back out, and she goes, well, this was the box, and she puts it on the table. It's a very small, it's a wooden crate, but it's a very small wooden crate that she can pick up with her two hands, and she cracks open the top, and there's a little bit of a mist that kind of rolls out, almost this red mist that she waves away. So these are singing rubies, and they were supposed to be intact, but as you can see, they've almost been shattered to dust, and because of that, practically worthless as far as I can use them. But I was going to send them back for a refund. They don't give me nearly enough as a refund for how much they cost. But if you're willing to pay more than the refund, I could sell them to you.
DM, what does the inside of the box look like? What are these?
As you peer over, it looks like a number of rocks that around like 3 rocks that were like shattered and crushed, and they're these red crystalline pieces on the floor that have this mist rolling off of them, seemingly never ending. Just being touched by the air itself seems to make it like have this red mist roll off, and they look like rubies, as far as a ruby would be, just with a bit of an aura around it.
That looks very interesting. Huh. I'll take it.
Oh, okay. Now, normally these things are worth about 1,200 gold pieces. But as this is completely torn to shreds and they were only going to give me only a few percent of the original and the refund, I could sell it to you for about 350 gold pieces. And she looks you up and down and she goes, and I understand if that's not within your budgets. We have other things in the store that are much cheaper, but I couldn't sell this to you without making some form of profit.
That makes perfect sense to me. I'll take it.
Okay, well, absolutely. And she kind of places the top back on, and it's this wooden crate with the top, but when she puts it on, she twists the top of it, and it seems like these wooden slats kind of go out and lock it like a lockbox. And she picks it up and she goes, okay, the gold then? Yeah.
Yes, of course. I hand over 350 pieces of gold.
She takes them, kind of puts them in the back, and she puts the box there. And what did you say and she puts her hands on top of the box, like resting. And what did you say your name was? I do have to record it.
My name is Onyx Everhall. I'm a little excited to see that little name nexus that you'll have at this city.
Oh, you're talking about one of the pamphlets. Hold on. And she, unlike the other one, doesn't have a big book of them, but she pulls out actually like from a manila folder, but not fully manila, like not like a press printed one, but just there's like from a folder, pulls out a sheet of paper, and she kind of waves it, and it has this almost like a terms of agreement document if you sell, and it actually has like listings of like payment plans and things like that, and she places it onto the desk, which is the wooden glass counter. I believe this is what you're talking about. It verifies with the red if you're someone we're allowed to sell to.
Yes, it seems really interesting to me.
Well, I have extras if you want one. That wouldn't cost you anything.
Oh, sure. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, they supply these without even costing us anything. We actually get paid. Well, we couldn't sell without using them. And she pulls out like a number of them. She gives you about like a stack of 5 of them. Do you need more? Or, I mean, I have them to almost never ending. That's not true, but...
Right. 5 will do for now, I think.
Okay. And she...
Yeah, if I were to use one of these, it would just be like a little name on a big piece of notebook paper, right?
Yeah, you would write a name, and then whatever effect that name has with the collection that the red has will take place.
Okay. I think I'd like to ask her real quick. What did the colors mean exactly? I've seen a few colors here and there. What exactly do they mean?
Well, if the ink turns into a nice yellow, you know that you can sell that and that they are of the Crossroads. They live here. They are a resident. If it turns into this orangish yellow, they're visitors. And then if they turn into a gold, you know that they're actually officials and that they might be warranted a discount depending on the products being sold. This is not that. I do know that if it's red, then it's immediately needs to be reported to the red, as that means it's someone they're actively looking for. And then if it is comes up as a green, then they're just not simply in the system. They're not simply known to the red, and I'm afraid we cannot sell to those who are not known to the red. They would just have to visit the capital square, capital district, and get their name implemented. Is all. It's quite simple.
Interesting. And what if it turned black?
Oh, I presume you've seen one before, huh?
DM, I saw one last night
Mm-hmm. You
at
did.
the tavern. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It turned black. I
So
remember the name,
watch
but...
this, and she pulls it out and she starts writing down her name onto the thing, and you see Athentanus, and afterwards it glows this yellowish color, and as it glows, like there's a little bit of light that peers off of it, and then the light fades and turns into black ink after the light goes off. So that might be what you saw if you saw your name in one. Once the effect has taken place, it turns back to regular ink.
Oh. That's pretty convenient.
Mm-hmm. It keeps it from being looking at a bunch of... Well, actually, I'm not even sure if they could keep it as a color if they want to. The light that comes off is magic, as far as I understand. The ink is the only physical part that's happening, as far as I can get that. But I'm not really the specialty in this. You could certainly ask them if they're willing to talk with you. Sometimes they're a bit iffy, though.
Okay. Okay. Well, I really appreciate it. I never got your name, but assuming you wrote it, I assume your name is Athens.
Yes, that's the name of my store, Athentanus's jewelry shop.
Of course. Of course.
And I don't mean to press. What was your name? I don't believe you've told me it, and I can't sell you this box without. And I have your gold. I just need to be able to.
My name is Onyx Everhall.
Everhall? I've heard that name before. And she starts writing it down, and it glows into this dull orangish yellow, and then fades to a black,
Orangish yellow?
which is the visitor.
Yes.
Mhm.
Just making sure I have it.
But it is known to it is a visitor, but it is a name that's known by the red.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I really appreciate it. I've learned a lot from this. You have a great day.
Absolutely, and thank you for your patronage. If you need any more jewelry or anything, and if I buy as well as you're like leaving the room, and your sister's kind of like peering into a crate right now. As you start heading the way out, you notice that she's kind of more focused on something. She's like, okay, coming, and she starts heading on her way. She was sort of listening, but she was really interested in some item, it seems.
Oh, was there something that you wanted?
Oh, I think we shouldn't buy something like this just yet. I was just looking at this, and it's just very nice. And as you walk up to her to look at it as yourself, it's a bead of pearls. Makes me think of brother, obviously. But I don't know what he's going to be like. I haven't seen him in years.
Yeah, has been a while, hasn't it? Pearls gives me an idea, and as I'm walking out of the shop, I have I pull out my backpack and I have some ink and an ink pen, and I write Pearl Everhall in one of the pieces of paper that I got.
Oh, so as you write in Pearl Everhall, it turns into this very bright gold color before turning into black, an official of Crossroads.
Well, that's a good sign. Very well then. Let's do some more light shopping. Then we will see brother.
All right. We still haven't made it to the bazaar, so I think it's just that way. And as you guys travel some ways, passing through, the crowds are kicking up a little bit more, but it's still not too bad. And you walk into the bazaar. Lots of people have their shops set up or setting up. You can smell this immediate waft of spices. Actually, lots of spicy foods immediately kind of come into your nostrils, and like it's almost irritating as you walk by this one vendor that's just their thing is having spicy chickens on a stick. And there's a couple people. They're not fully morninged up yet, so whereas if you walked in the middle of the day, they might be yelling, we haven't gotten to that point of the morning yet. It's still a matter of like them setting up their shops, people kind of like eating some food. There's some kids that are currently sitting next to their mom who is running the shop, and they're eating some kind of like grits or something out of a bowl. They look up at you as you walk, and they kind of like point out at you and whatnot, just because you're walking by. And kids are kids, and you have one arm, so they're just like pointing at the fact you don't have an arm. And you travel along your ways. Nothing mean, just they're kids. And you continue on the way, and now you're in the bazaar, and there's just this big waft of like flags, and there's a lot of fabrics and jewelry, and lots of people around, just some shops set as far as the square goes.
Cool. Onyx would like to see if there's a potion shop nearby.
Oh, all right. So as far as a potion shop goes, you take a look around. I'll have you roll a... actually, I mean, you're just walking as you walk along. You start following along, and there is a potion shop of sorts. You can see that there's this person with vials in front of them, and he has a bit of a weird like look in his face, and he's kind of like looking at them. He's tinkering with them, trying to set them up right, and he's kind of has this weird smile on his like grin going on as he's like shaking one, and it glows a weird color before it fades. Puts it back down, and he's like slaps his table. He looks up, he sees you, and he goes, welcome. Hey, how you doing?
Hi there. My name is Onyx. Do you have any healing potions?
God damn it. Everyone asks for that. No, I don't, unfortunately. I'm not allowed to sell them here. But I have plenty of other things. Frost resist, strength. You want to feel like a mighty bull, yes?
Do you know where I could get any healing potions?
And then there's a big sigh. And he rubs his eyes, who are still kind of like he's awake and ready to sell, but he's like, yeah, I'm not going to make it anywhere with this guy because he just doesn't have the energy to try and persuade you otherwise. He points over and he's like, yeah, you can find the store just outside of the market district if you head south from here. It's just that way.
Oh, okay.
But if you do need anything else, I have Giant's Toe. And he shakes one up with like a Giant's Toe, and it looks like water.
I appreciate it. I'll keep you in mind. I do occasionally need weird things.
Not weird, just potions. And he kind of sulks. And also quickly glancing at that Giant's Toe, it was an abnormally big toe. You wouldn't know if it's a Giant's Toe, but you imagine giants are a bit bigger than that vial.
Gotcha. Okay. As a studied person, I just look at it and go on my way.
You travel, you head on your way, your sister Elizabeth following along, and then you're heading towards that shop. It's a bit of a walk as you go along, and it's about 5 minutes pass as you see this archway, along with multiple archways that heads to a different district, which I believe is the Common District. And before you guys head into the Common District, you turn to your right, and you see that your sister's gotten a little bit distracted, and she's got herself bent over. She's pulls out of her pocket a number, this fistful of crackers that have been crushed up and breads, and she's feeding a dog right now. I made a friend. Take a look.
Oh, what a cute little guy. What's his name?
I don't know. I had just and she tries to reach for it. He doesn't have a collar. He's just here. Look at him, and he's like this brown, shaggy dog with just kind of looks like a retriever, but not retriever, like a retriever mix kind of deal. He just walked up to me. It's like he must be used to all the people feeding him.
That's awesome. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Let's keep going. And she gets up, and the dog kind of trots along with you guys for just a little bit as you walk, and then finds something more interesting to do and heads off.
Goodbye, buddy.
This is just shaping up to be the best morning. And you guys travel through the archway, and once you got the archway, there's immediately these buildings that are properly stone cladded buildings, not as much wood, less expensive supplies kind of deal. And you've made your way into what's known as the Common Grounds, which is the Common District. In the Common District to your left, you can see that there is this large building with a big sign on it that says Minim, and it says Furs and Trader. It looks like they sell some kind of animal parts or another.
Do you reckon this is the place?
And she looks around. 1 second. I don't see anything better. Is this where he said to go?
It wasn't very specific. Now that I think of it, I could have probably asked him more leading questions, but...
I mean, we could just ask him, jump from shop to shop. Seems like I don't really know. I don't even know where to find brother right now. Let alone this. I'm just kind of enjoying the walk, really.
Yeah, you know what? Me too. Let's pop in. See what he has.
Um,
I'd like to go into the Minim, please, DM.
You walk up to the minimum. It's a large building with these. It's like stone walls. It's got some windows, and you look at like just walking by. Naturally, you look into the window, and that window's blocked. It's got something in the way. You can't tell what exactly, but it looks like there's something blocking the visual into there. And you open up the door. No really nice greeting bell, but it's kind of like quiet as you open the door. Creaks open, and you hear a gruff voice that kind of like wakes up. Is like, welcome to the minimum.
Hi, good morning, sir. My name is Onyx. I was wondering, do you have any healing potions, or do you know where I can find some healing potions?
And the person sitting behind the desk here, it's less of a desk and more of it's just a small table, and he has his feet kind of like kicked up on it. Looks like he was sleeping in his chair slouch. It kind of sits up. Around you is various furs of animals, and on the wall you can see this weird like insectoid that's like it's like taxidermied with its mouth open, like it's biting outwards. And there's various shelves, and on the shelves there's actually a number of like weapons and things like that. Very simple weapons, but weapons nonetheless. And he kind of like leans and he goes, "You're looking for potions?
Yes, sir. Yes.
You're not gonna find them here. I can give you stuff to make potions, but if you want to find potions, you're a little bit out of the wrong way, my friend. Have you ever you from here? What do you do?
No, we're visitors, I suppose. This is our second day here.
All right.
First full day.
Well, first of all, nice to meet you. And he sits up, and he's a decently large man. He's got a pretty large belly. He's got a button up white looks like a long sleeve kind of thing, but it's a little bit stained and not very well kept. He puts out his big hand. He puts out his hand to shake you, or give you a handshake.
Is it the hand that I don't have, or the hand that I do have?
It's the correct hand. And he's like,
I shake it then.
my name's Willard. Yours?
Onyx Everhall, and this is my sister, Elizabeth Marble Everhall.
Mighty fine to meet you too, Mr. and Mrs. Everhall. Now, I don't have much to do today. I could walk you there, or I could send you on your way. But welcome to Crossroads. Good to have you here.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So if you take a look here, and he like he walks a little bit to his shop, grabs a sheet of paper and like wafts it off. This is an old map, and he puts it on the table. If you take a look here, you can see that you are right, and he points at where you are here in the common grounds. This is Minim. Now on the other side of the city, off east, you might notice that there's there's a distant Galahad. That's what locals call it anyways. You can find the Alchemist Cache. Now, they commonly are out of potions. Keeping them in stock seems to be difficult, but you can find them there if you're looking for them. However, I don't know if you guys have the money, but I can hardly afford one, let alone bother going, let alone if they have one in stock. I think last one I bought was about 100 gold pieces. So that's up to you if you want to make that trek. It's about a 45-minute walk all the way over there.
Okay, and me looking at this map, I would understand that the common roads, the common grounds, that's the district that had the motel that we were at.
So the common grounds is the district that you're in, and that has the Minim, and that Iron Tankard Tavern is part of the Seaside Marketplace district. So all of what you guys have done previously has been in the Seaside, and now you've just left that district. And there's a stark difference between the Seaside Marketplace, where it's like nice wooden buildings, like log cabin style with like stone grounding. This place is like less expensive building materials, stone walls, kind of dull, but not really like bad, just kind of dull. It's like you left the tourist area and went to like where they actually do like just a lot of hard labor kind of deal.
Okay, I get you. Yeah. Huh. 45 minutes, Elizabeth. How do you feel about that? I can always do this
Um,
shopping later.
yeah, I enjoyed seeing everything, and I don't know how much I want to go back to the Iron Tinker Tavern all on my own. I think 40. I'm feeling okay. If I start not feeling well on the way, I might let you know. I am feeling a little bit iffy, but I'm not coughing, so I'm okay.
Okay, okay. Uh, DM, is she just being nice?
Roll an
Or
investigation.
all right, first one of the day, boys. 30 minutes in. Uh, yeah. 10.
10. Um, as far as you can tell, it's like her she looks fine. Like there's a little bit of sweat on her brow, but I mean, you guys have been walking. Her breathing is a little bit strained, but you guys have been walking, but nothing crazy out of the ordinary as far as you can tell.
Okay. Okay, too easy. And if we do go to the alchemist's store,
Mm-hmm.
how far, and I'm asking the minimum
Mm.
shop this. Uh if we go to the alchemist store, how far is that from the capital square?
Well, you're heading about the right direction. I'd say it's about 10 minutes after that, maybe 15, depending on if you have anything. But you're gonna have to go up to the red square. I don't personally. It's personally a pain to go through that, but or you can go to the underbelly. But about 10, 15 minutes past that.
Okay, okay. Hmm.
Say, what do you do for your profession, mister?
Um I'm a toy maker.
Toy maker? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well,
I make and repair toys in Galahad.
Galahad. I have some good clients in Galahad that buy things. Well, if that's all that you guys need, I'll see you out of my store heading on your way, or
Yeah, I really appreciate you showing us a map.
yeah,
very much.
absolutely. And if you see me about 30 minutes after you guys show up there, don't think I'm following you. I got some business in the Galahad district.
Sure. Too
I
easy.
just, yeah. And he just kind of like sits back down and kind of like twiddles, kind of like starts pulling out his thing, starts writing something down.
Okay. I guess we start heading that way, right?
All right. You guys begin traveling your way, and now sun's kind of come over. It's like no longer peering over the some of the houses. It's now above some of the houses, and you guys have been walking for a total about 20 minutes, about 25 minutes as you before you guys start this trek. You guys go on through the common grounds, and here you see all kinds of little things. Less shops, more homes. You see like this one small tower with like various floors off to the far distance. Heading on your way, you see kids playing around, people working, some people carrying large loads of lumber, heading seemingly to the docks. Various different people of different jobs and professions. Traveling on your way for some time, though, you eventually make your way towards a distant Galahad district. Is there anything else you'd like to do in the common grounds?
No, not really. Just be an average tourist and, be like, oh, wow. But, be a little mindful that I'm carrying a box full of rubies and stuff like that.
And traveling your way through the common grounds, you start making your way towards distant Galahad. Galahad being a place that you guys are very familiar with, as distant Galahad is an echo of original Galahad, and not nearly as tall as Galahad, but as you guys travel, the architecture does seem to mimic some of the art styles that you've seen in the architecture in Galahad. And you travel along the ways, and the nice gray stone turns into this black, sturdy, serious style stone that's set in various ways as you travel along with. There's a wagon that kind of rolls on by. It's not a place that's entirely as uplifting, but also it's not at the moment all to the most dangerous feeling place. But it seems just a little bit shifty as you travel along.
Okay. I'm gonna keep my sister close, and the box of rubies, and also my backpack full of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, be cautious of my surroundings.
Yeah. Your sister kind of following along with you is just kind of like keeping as close to you as possible, and she kind of whispers over. She's like, "This is Galahad just seems to have that curse, doesn't it? It all turns out like this."
Yeah. You know, when he said distant Galahad on the map, I was, you know, kind of looking forward to it a little bit. Thinking, oh man, you know, Galahad made it all this way, and really wishing that it looked good.
Yeah,
It just, like you said, it just has that curse.
I personally blame that Sawyer guy. But and you guys travel for some ways. Notably, there's a beggar who's kind of like notices you and just raises his cup as you guys travel along past.
I pretty quickly pull a gold piece out of my coin purse and drop it in his cup.
There's a clink as the guy doesn't give much response, but just gives you a nod and like a thank you, and puts the cup down, and you guys begin traveling on your way through distant Galahad. There's these signs that are up high, and they have like these wooden, like almost like not like squares and notches that have in them different stores. And as you're traveling along the way, following what you can do, I want you to roll a survival check to try to remember that map, or a history check to remember that map and where you are.
Let's go history. 13.
13. You recognize a familiar store, and you bank a left to head towards it, and you see there's a sign, and hanging from it is the Alchemist Cache.
The Alchemist Cache.
Overall, it's dark, almost black wooded, like rotten, almost in some on the edges of these logs that make up the building. There's no windows that you can see on this side, and there's a stone staircase up to the door that's currently cracked open.
Oh, gonna knock on the door.
You walk
Hello?
up, knock on the door. Come in.
Okay, sure. I walk in the door.
Walking into the door, you're in a pretty small space, and with your sister following to your right. The room is cut in half. If it's one big room, it seems to be cut in half, and you guys are like, there's maybe a foot or two to the right, and to the left, and then a foot or two to the maybe a little bit 3 or 4 feet to the right, and a small chair on the right side. And then there's this desk that has this large glass pane in front of it, and in a small slat that's open underneath there as a figure with a like one of his like eyes seems to be wounded, and it has a gloss over it, like a white like fade on his left eye. And he kind of smiles or gives a weird smile to you guys, and he's missing some teeth. He's got some like tobacco on his upper lip, and he goes, "How can I help you?"
Hi there. My name is Onyx. I'm looking for health potions.
All right, that's gonna cost you coin. How many are you looking for?
Probably 3.
And his eyebrows raise. You got enough to pay for 3?
How much is one?
150 each.
Make it 2.
200? And he kind of gives a crooked smile.
No. Hold on. Yeah, about 2 potions.
All right. It's going to be 300 gold. And he kind of eyes you. His eyes kind of squint somewhat, and he looks to his right and starts grabbing. So you can hear some glass bottles like rattle, ching ching. He puts it down, but not close to the hole. Coin first.
Hey, TM.
Mm-hmm.
Is it common in Galahad to barter?
Very.
And as a Galahad resident in distant Galahad. Yeah, you know what, I'll try it. Excuse me, I didn't catch your name. Sir?
Name's Sigurd.
Sigurd?
Sigurd
Okay.
Sentic.
Sentic.
Sentic. And he says with a bit of a anger.
Of course. You know, the guy at the minimum, he said he got his potions for 100.
Guy at the minimum's got a history with me. Got a good rap. Besides, potions have been especially hard to come by.
Right, with the whole... Yeah. I'm actually I'm not supposed to say this, but I'm actually, an investigator investigating some health potion stuff from Galahad. I'm
And
trying
if-
to make it a little bit easier to get health potions.
Roll a persuasion check.
16. And also, I'm a shopkeep from Galahad. I have a history with the place, and seeing as this is distant Galahad, maybe I know someone you know.
140, and you get on my store.
Yeah, okay.
Good doing business with you then.
Alright, I'll take 2.
All
So
right.
that's 280.
Reaching in, you pour that onto the slot, push it through, and followed by that, he knocks down 2. They look like these square. They're not like what they are. Is it's a small tube, and then and it goes into a square vial. They're both square vials. Pushes them through. They look like this nice whiskey vial almost, and they have this dark red liquid that whenever it sloshes glows to a bright red liquid.
Okay. Pleasure doing business, and I get out of there.
A pleasure. And behind you, you close the door, and as you close it, it doesn't click into the like slot that it's supposed to, and it kind of opens itself back up just slightly. The same crack as you saw when you walked up. Broken door.
As soon as we get out of earshot, I'll say to Elizabeth, that wasn't my best work, I don't think.
Yeah, I didn't like how he made me feel.
Yeah, me neither, honestly.
Seemed kind of weird how much he cared about where your money was coming from, and he didn't ask for your name.
I noticed that too. Also, as we start walking along to, I guess we're heading to the Red Square next to get to Capitol Square.
That's right.
As we're heading to Red Square, I'd like to pull out my little piece of paper that I got and write Sigurd Sentic.
All right. Sigurd Sentic glows into this. What was it? It's just a yellow color, no particular hue to it, and then goes back to black.
I suppose that's reassuring. Okay. And I guess we start heading there.
All right. You make your way up to the Red Square, and by this point, it's been about a total of hour of walking. And walking up there's this stone like stairwell to the second floor, which there's an underbelly, which you can see that there's there's a bunch of stores and shops down there, and then there's the upper side, which is known as the Red Square. Do you have a preference of where you would like to go?
Mm, uh, not particularly. I suppose going up the stairs. Well, actually, my sister's kind of sick, so I'll ask her how she feels about stairs.
And you can see that there's a little bit of falter in her voice and a bit of exhausted breath to her, and a little bit of like sweat being down her forehead. And she wipes it off. She's like, I can already feel heat coming from down there on the under spot, so I'd rather keep into some fresh air. If that's okay.
That makes perfect sense to me. Maybe along the way we can find some place that would sell us some drinks.
I could use some water, yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys then travel your way up the stairwell, which is this large marble-ish. It's like a fake marble kind of steel. Walk your way up the stairwell. Get yourself into the Red Square. The Red Square is not the largest place, but there's three main buildings on there: a large chapel that you can see people kind of going in and out, a barracks of sort, and then a smaller building that doesn't have any label of sort. And the reason that you know it's a barracks is because there's a number of paladins, and it's a very famous red barracks. It's known for being up here, and even not living in Crossroads, you'd be familiar with this place is very well known to anyone really in this country. Essentially, this is the Red Square, and a lot of the Red's organization touches all the cities. It's kind of interesting to see it in person, to be honest.
Cool. Gonna do the tourist thing while still, keeping my pockets, touching my pockets every now and then.
Not much to see up here. Number of people passing through. There's one part that's kind of notable where you can see these individuals in this they have this silver plated armor, and that has a dark hue to it, and then on each of their shoulders you can see that there's this red wheel almost with cogs on it like a spoke, and they seem to be some form of group, and they're moving in about 12 people in a 2x2 line, marching their way into the capital district just before you guys are about to head in there. And their armor has various jagged points and edges to it. Like on the shoulders, you can see that the ends of the shoulders have a jagged edge outwards, and their helmets look like they are you got like a black circular top Crucible Knight kind of helmet deal as they all wear them. And then following in the leader is this individual unhelmeted, marching along, and he's kind of out of eyesight, but he has this black robe that runs down, and at the end of the black robe there's this red hue that kind of runs off of it. You can almost see it waving, and it's almost as though when it touches the floor it like evaporates into smoke and then reforms itself as they travel along. And they kind of march their way before you guys. Eventually they are walking their way downstairs, and you guys head your way as well.
Okay.
Into the Capitol Square, you guys go, as you're now in the Capitol Square. It's very nice. Back to the pleasantly not orange stone, and overall it's a nice looking place, but like the marketplace. And you can see that your sister's looking like a little bit shaky. Her legs are kind of like wobbling, and her breathing's gotten kind of hard.
Yeah, let's start slowing down and looking for some place that would sell us a drink.
No, let's just get there. We can't be far now.
Okay. What's around us? Is there a guard nearby, perhaps?
No guards in this area. Overall, open area, hallways, and down. There seems to be a natural path of the road and some wagons going back and forth. But the best thing you guys could imagine to do would be explore.
Yeah, that's fair. I'd like to, if I see anyone just walking around, stop them if I get the chance. But if not, I'll just explore for a little bit.
There's some people walking through. Yeah, you stop one, and it's this individual in these robes, and he was like so he was in a hurriedly walk as you catch him. Can I help you, sir?
Hey, excuse me. Do you know where Pearl Everhall is by any chance, or his estate, his hold?
You can check with the capital. You can check with the capital down that way. You can head to the grand standing. That's what it's known as. It looks like this large gold building, stone. There, they could tell you anything. I know he works with them, but I gotta go.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
And he hurries his way along, heading towards the marketplace, the seaside marketplace.
Okay. Well, I guess I head to the grand standing.
Traveling along to the left, after about 5 minutes of walking along, it's very obvious. There's this large building. It has two wings that goes left and right, and then it has this square middle spot. And there's a stairwell up to it, and two open doors currently propped open. And seemingly there's people inside. There's a number of people passing on the road where you guys are right now. Wagon travels through, and there's a lot of people in this area, very congested as they walk around hurriedly doing their business.
I guess I'll stop someone who doesn't look like they're in much of a hurry.
Mm-hmm. Stopping someone, you stop a younger lady, can I help you?
Hey, yes. Do you know where a Pearl Everhall is?
She looks at
fella.
Oh, sorry. She looks at your rags and your standing, and she kind of gives you a scoff and walks off.
Okay. I'll go to the next person.
Catching the next person, you catch an older man walking on along. Yes, sir.
Hey, yes. Do you happen to know where I could find a Pearl Everhall by any chance?
Oh, Pearl Everhall. Yeah, I know Pearl Everhall. Yeah, I met him back a few months ago. Yeah, I was getting meat at the Iron Tanker, and I ran into Pearl Everhall. That's right, yeah, I ran into him. And what do you need Pearl Everhall for?
Oh, I need to talk to him. It's urgent.
Oh, well, I've talked to him myself one time. Yeah, we had a conversation. We talked about the food at the fire for the... But, you should do that. You should talk to Pearl Everhall. He's a nice fella, yeah.
Do you know where he lives? Where his office might be? Any pertinent information?
Well... I don't know how often he visits the Iron Tanker, but you could wait there. Or you could check with the Capitol Hall right there. He points off to you guys are at the bottom of the stairwell of the building. I know he works in there.
Okay, I would have preferred not to go up another set of stairs, but I'll do that. Appreciate it, man. If you see him, tell him I said hi, and I start walking.
I will do. And you head on your way, and he's like, "What's your name?" And then you head off. Your sister Elizabeth kind of like stops you, grabs at your shirt, and she goes, "Can I just sit here for a bit?"
Oh, yes, of course.
You go ahead. I'm just gonna relax here.
Okay, yeah. Sure.
She takes a seat on the stairwell, which is not a very high stairwell. It's not like a whole flight of stairs like the Capitol. It's nothing like that. It's just a small stairwell you walk up, and you're at the front entrance to this large building.
Okay, well, I'm assuming there's a receptionist.
Yeah. You walk on in, and there you can see there's a number of desks and people, and there is a semi sort of receptionist sitting there, a young tiefling woman. Currently, her skin's a bluish hue, and a bluish red hue, excuse me, and she's kind of sitting there with papers, and she has a double binocular kind of deal going on as she's looking closely at some words on the paper. Yes, sir. How can I help you?
Hi, hello. My name is Onyx Everhall. I'm looking for Pearl Everhall.
Well, Beryl Haverhall's my boss. Interesting. You said your name's Everhall as well?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
He's never talked about any family. I figured he didn't have any besides his dad's. You could find him. So, problem with that, he's currently not in the office, and he never really happens to tell me where he's going, but I can give you his address. I'm not sure he's there at the moment, though. He's off doing something or another.
Yeah, if you don't mind giving me his address, that'd be great.
Sure thing. And she starts writing into a note. You said Onyx Everhall, but how to spell that, Onyx?
Onyx is Onyx.
And she writes that down. It comes up in that orangish yellow hue. Okay, well, good news is I don't have to it's kind of hard. I'm giving you the address to look, just don't do anything crazy. Here's his address. And she gives out a map with it. It's like a spot circled in it. Take this if you don't mind.
Oh.
He may not be home. Don't break into it. If you really are his brother, next time I see him, I'll tell him that you visited.
Sure thing. I appreciate it.
Sure thing. And she goes back to what she was doing.
Okay, cool. We got an address. Whew. Onyx meandering through this beautiful city. 1 hour.
You travel. You quickly grab your sister, head on the way, and finally, after a long trek visiting the city, you find this largest stead, which is known as the Amberstone Standing, and it is this. It's not a mansion. It's nothing crazy, but it is a 2-story home with a small lawn in front of it that's nicely cut.
A lawn? We don't have lawns in Galahad, do we?
You do not.
Damn. He out here.
Oh, thank God we found it.
Yeah. Let's hope he's home.
He better be fucking home.
Yes. Maybe he has a butler too.
I don't think so, but and you travel up to the door, and there's a knock, knock, knock as she hits the door. Brother, it's your sister and your other brother. Please open the door. And there's like a silence for a long time. Knock, knock, knock. Please, open the door. And no response.
Well, that is a bit unfortunate.
Say we wait here till he gets back.
Yeah, that sounds good.
As you take a seat there, the hours begin to pass. Moving on over to Domino. Domino, you currently are actually it wouldn't be. You currently wake up from a rest, and you see that it is currently the afternoon time for you. Oh, actually.
Okay.
You wake up on a small hill that's grassy, and you were kind of like leaning on your back, sleeping. And you were critically wounded last we saw, but it seemed that the glow and the healing of the nature of your domino as you do a full long rest has healed your body to full. And it's the about the sunset afternoon as you find yourself waking up.
Okay. Do I know where I am currently?
Not too far away from the Iron Tanker Tavern. You're currently on a grassy hill near the Ironclad Bridge, where you were intending to hopefully meet with Onyx, but he doesn't seem to have made it. He hasn't seemed to have made it.
Okay. So I am in desperate need of here at the moment. I was wondering if there was any possible way I can meet with my criminal contacts here and see if I can get re-equipped with anything.
All right. So your criminal contacts you can find in distant Galahad, and those criminal contacts are kind of old contacts, and compared to where you currently have fresh contacts, which would be in Galahad. In distant Galahad, you know of some of the some of the connections to the Santiagos, and you know a particular smuggler / merchant that could maybe be. He's one of your friends, and his name, excuse me, is Sigurd Sentik.
Okay.
And friends is a word I use very loosely.
Okay. I would like to. I think I would like to disguise myself. And
You are currently still disguised. You're lying on the hill as a young woman, resting with your hands behind your head, as your body kind of like looking up at the sky. There's these clouds that are gently rolling by on a perfectly blue sky.
Okay. How late is Onyx?
A couple hours.
Couple hours. Okay. And how far off is old? Is it old or is I forgot? Galahad.
Distant Galahad. Distant Galahad's about a hour trek from where you are.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll move in that direction. Towards distant Galahad. Is there anything I need to do to let them know I'm coming, or?
Nothing I don't think you can do.
Okay. And along the way, can I look to see if there's any stuff I can use or pick up?
Okay. Traveling along the way, you make it a few minutes through, and you get a choice between going up the Red Square or you may choose to go up or on top of the Red Square or through the underbelly. What would you prefer?
I'll go through the underbelly.
Okay. So, the underbelly. One moment. Excuse me. Traveling through, you walk through the seaside marketplace, kind of with a leisure walk, and there's not much for grabbing or anything along those lines for that area. And eventually make it to the Red Square, and you choose to go into the underbelly. The first thing you notice as you head into the underbelly is it's very hot. There's a lot of heat, then your mouth kind of dries up some, your lips begin to chap. It's very, very, very hot down here. And there's a number of orangish glows throughout the hall. There's multiple different pathways and roadways that you can go on, and there's these glows that you can see that are presumably furnaces. This is one of the things they do with this cramped area and this area with a lot of pressure on top of it is they use it as a big kiln to create weapons and other types of forging based things. And as you're traveling along, there is a young kid currently playing with others, and as he runs, you can hear cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching as he's traveling. He has a bag of money loosely tied to his belt side, and this seems to be one of the most apt targets if you're interested in finding quick money. As they're running around, seemingly must have been given to him, and they're playing some kind of game with a ball as they throw it to one and another.
Okay. I'd like to try to play this game with them.
You walk on up. Can I help you, mister? The ball falls in front of you, rolls up to your foot, and you kind of stop it with your foot, and now you have there's a ball. Can you give that back, please, sir? Oh, please, ma'am. Excuse me.
No problem. Here, I toss it over.
He catches it, and then the two other kids run up beside him. Oh, and they kind of look at the ball, and they're like, nice to meet you. And they kind of start to walk away.
All right. Actually, I changed my mind. Can I ask them?
You could say anything.
Okay. Nah, I changed my mind again. I'm just gonna go to the the distant Galahad.
All right. Kind of let this opportunity pass, and kind of the kids go on their way, and you make a decision. Maybe not the best for this moment. You travel along. There's these furnaces that are rolling, and that are currently like to your left that you can see. There's these buildings with stores, and there's a large weaponry store currently affixed to a wall. This seems to be about right underneath where the red chapel would be. You could maybe, if you wanted to find things to steal, you could perhaps try to steal from in there, or you may continue to the distant Galahad.
Can I kind of investigate the how, I guess, guarded or?
Sure. You'd have to go inside. Are you okay with going inside for the moment?
Yeah.
All right. You open up the door, take a step inside, and there's a woman sitting behind a counter, and she's kind of like she's wiping down a blade and cleaning it. She looks up and she goes, welcome, all that stuff. Peruse as you wish. Just let me know if you want something. And she goes back. She's continuing to wipe it down, oiling this blade.
Okay. I rolled a nat 20.
For what?
And to investigate.
Oh, investigation. Gotcha. Get my brain.
Yeah.
Sorry. I forgot. So as far as your investigation goes, there is a number of weapons like on the walls, lined up, kind of sitting there. But as far as something easy to swipe, there's a knife and a dagger on one of the many. There's about 3 different aisles, and there's one aisle on the far left, out of eye shot, that you could definitely pick up a dagger and try to pocket it, maybe into your pants or something.
All right. I like to do that. I'll try to pocket this dagger.
I'm going to need you to roll a sleight of hand check to make no sounds as you try to hide that on your person.
Got a 19.
Oh, okay. She's not actively checking, so her passives, you get that, and you feel pretty confident as a blade silently into your you put it in your pocket, and as your image self, you put it into your pants like side, and your image self kind of you can't even see the dagger because it's on, like, there's basically a dress, a quote unquote not invisible, but a dress over it, a magical form.
Okay. Does Domino know anything about in order to buy something? Is there any rules? Does he know? Can I roll a history check to see?
You know, a lot of merchants need the name in Crossroads.
Okay. I'd like to walk up to the store tender.
She seems to be paying attention to her weapon. Can I help you?
Yes, hello. I am looking for a dagger of sorts.
We got plenty on back. Every dagger that we have is up in the front right now. So you can peruse through that, see what you like.
Also, I know that you need my name to buy things. I'm new here, so I want to know if I'm in the system or not.
Have you gone up to the Reds? Have you talked with them?
No.
Then you're not in the system.
Oh.
Not unless some official knows you.
I don't think so.
Then I'm afraid I can't sell to you.
Okay. I will return.
All right. I'll be here. She continues on.
Yeah, I'd like to leave.
You kind of like leave out the door, and you now have yourself a dagger.
Awesome. Okay. I'll keep going to distant Galahad.
Traveling your way through the Red's underbelly, not too much more notable things except for you get through there, and to the right, you head into the distant Galahad, and immediately to the right of that area is actually the Alchemist Cache, which would where your acquaintance or partner of some previous time is at.
Okay. So, how is there any like guard nearby, or is it close clear?
No guards to be found here. No.
Okay. I'd like to walk up and read.
Oh, you walk into the store?
Yeah.
There's a door kind of opens up. It's this janky creak of a door as you walk in, and there, turned around at the moment. He hears you walk in, turns over. There's a face that's you haven't seen for about a year maybe, and he doesn't recognize you as he goes, "Can I help you?"
Sigurd. That's his name, right? Sigurd.
Sigurd.
Okay. Sigurd, I have a message for you from Domino.
That rat. Why'd they send you?
Domino wants to know if how he did you at the moment.
How should I know? Why? Has he done something? Is he in town?
Domino's close by.
Then why'd he send you? What'd he do?
DM, can I roll a history check? I know.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're here to investigate the health potions crisis, yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember from our first session, you said that there was smugglers I could talk to. Is Sigurd the one?
He is a smuggler.
Okay. Can I roll a history check to just to recall what exactly
Yeah.
I'm looking for?
Well, okay, I get you. Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I rolled a 5. Yes.
Not sure what you're looking for. You know your fancy wizard friend had an idea of what to look for. You're mostly following along and helping him because he's going to help. Ideally, he's going to help you afterwards.
Okay. So does Domino recall Onyx giving a name of his brother?
Yeah, he heard of. Yeah, he was familiar that Onyx was looking for Pearl.
Okay. All right. I want to ask him. Something. Do I know his full name?
Sigurd Sentik.
No, I meant Onyx's
Oh,
brother.
Pearl. You would probably could guess that it's the same last name as Onyx Everhall.
Okay. Sigurd. Domino is looking for somebody. Oh, I wonder if you can help.
I wonder if I can. Go on.
I'm looking for Pearl. Everhall.
You're not the first one who's come to me looking for that person. What's going on?
He needs to meet up with a friend, and this is the easiest way for him to find his friend.
I might be able to help you, but what do I get in exchange?
Well, what are you looking for? Perhaps Domino can help.
What do you have?
Perhaps you
Well,
need some assistance physically.
I exchange in the here and now, not in offers later. I find that they don't come to fruition. Gold or trade, that's all I'm here for.
Okay.
When I need things done, I pay for it.
Is there anything I can help you with? Again.
If I did, I would be offering to pay you.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna make my leave.
All right, you head on out.
Okay.
Come back when you have something of value. Anything. And you walk on out.
Okay. All right. I guess I'll just now that I have my dagger, I'll go back to the rendezvous location just to be safe.
Okay. That's what you head back there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm going to head on back over to Onyx then, if that's all right, as you travel your way back to the marketplace. Onyx, you guys are sitting outside. It's been a number of hours. At one point, you guys did leave and get some food and water before coming back. And right now, you guys are eating some a meal, rice, and seems to be some kind of beef of sorts. You guys are sharing like each other's food, as she has a different flavor of it with a different sauce, and it's fine. And you guys are sitting in the front porch on the little stairwell that goes up to the home. Not too long, yeah. You know, I think, I wish he was here.
You wish who was here?
Pearl, I'm just tired. I'm just bored. I don't feel good. This sucks.
Yeah, I absolutely get that. I wish he would just magically appear right now.
And as you're saying that,
Whoa!
a young woman, not a young woman, an older woman kind of walks up to the gate, or like to not the gate, the front of the walkway in the grass front yard, and she calls out to you, can I help you?
Hi there. My name is Onyx Everhall. We were told that this is Pearl Everhall's home.
Hold on a minute. And she starts walking on over to you with a brisk pace. Did you say Onyx? By God. Onyx in the flesh. What are you doing here?
Well, we were in the neighborhood, and we figured we'd stop by.
And the person before you is sorry. Rosalina. Rosalina was an old childhood friend of yours, and back when you guys were just kids. You're looking for Pearl. You do recognize her. She's a half-elf woman who used to do, basically, whenever you guys were kids, she did a lot of art and drawings and paintings and things along those lines.
Okay.
What are you doing here showing up in my front yard?
At your front yard?
Well, yes. Did you not get any notice? And she like waves her hand, and on there is a ring. Where Ken?
Congratulations! Oh my goodness, Rosalina, that's amazing. That's wonderful. Good.
Yeah, Pearl and I got married about a year ago, and you never showed up. But that's no problem. Not that I would expect it. And she starts to open the door. Come on in. What are you doing here, anyways?
Well, you know, the truth is, Galahad's not safe, and I have important things that I need to do, and I was wondering if I could talk to Pearl about, letting our sister stay here, if I'm being honest.
Oh. Well, you don't show up to my wedding, you don't talk back, you don't mail anything, and then you ask to live here? I'm only teasing you. It's good to see you, Onyx. Really. It truly is.
Likewise.
Please, come on in. Follow me. And she walks a few steps. I was planning on making some tea, but I have plenty extra if you two would like some.
That would be lovely.
She starts to light a fire under this chimney and sets a kettle on top of it and takes a small seat in a chair. Pull one up if you wish. Let's catch up.
Sure. What's been up with you, Rosalina?
Well, I've been doing the best I can. I work selling some of the flowers that we grow here in the backyard, and I go out to the marketplace every day to sell some. Pearl has been working with the capital. He's essentially an investigator for the king and things along those lines, and he's currently busy today. But besides that, I haven't haven't been up to too much. It's honestly, this is the most that's happened to me in some time seeing you. You said
Oh.
Galahad wasn't being safe, huh?
Yeah, no, it's to cut a long story short, it's just not safe. People are getting sick, and I suppose we would talk to our first point of contact here and see if they had any advice for us.
Okay, well, you guys, I can't say that I can let you guys stay here for some time while you guys are moving. If that seems to be what you're doing, moving into Crossroads. So that wouldn't be any problem at all, no. I don't believe Pearl would mind. We have a spare room anyways. You two would have to share at the moment. I only have one. But it's honestly no problem. I'm happy that you're here. What are you planning on doing for work?
Oh, well, I have a important job with the college. The Royal Institute of Law has offered me a position. And,
I remember when
it's,
last we saw you, you were heading off to Low.
yes.
So you graduated then?
Yes. Yep.
That's pleasant. That's lovely to hear. Truly,
Graduated.
I'm glad for you. A scholar in itself. A scholar in its right. No wonder you're moving here for a better time in Crossroads. A better pay, I'm sure. Well, Pearl should be getting home any moment now, so that sounds fantastic. Let me show you to that room, and I think it wouldn't be any problem, but I do have to check with Pearl before I just let people live here. But I'm sure he'd be lovely to see you. And as you guys travel through the home, you can see that in the home, there's these small trees in these potted spots. It seems to be like like what would be a normal sized tree, but tiny, as they're kind of snipped and shaped in the different forms. And you guys go up the stairs, and she opens up a door to this small room with just one bed in it. She's like, it's practically empty. We got it. That bed was here when we moved in, so you might need to clean the linen, which we have a wash down the stairs. But again, pleasure to see you. Pleasure to have you here. And tea should be ready in a moment now. So if you two want to get settled, we can talk when Pearl gets here about how long you'll be staying.
Sure thing. I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you.
She walks on down the stairs, leaving you and your sister, who immediately flops on the bed. Thank God for beds.
Yes, absolutely. DM, how long did we rent out the Iron Tavern, Tankard Tavern?
You'd rent it out for a night. I believe it was 2 nights. So technically, there's another night on there.
Oh, okay, just checking. Cool. Yeah, Elizabeth, you want to just rest for a bit while tea's being prepared. Did you know about the Rosalina thing?
She whips her head up. Oh yeah, I did not know about that. I just kind of was in a blur there. Yeah, sorry. That is. Sorry about that. I had something happening here. I don't know if you guys could hear that. Sorry about that. I don't know what that was. Anyways, we'll keep going unless it continues.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's new news to me. I haven't gotten any mail regarding anything from Crossroads, and they said that was almost a year ago. But
Yeah.
we haven't been keeping in the best of contact with brother.
Yeah, I suppose so. It has been a while. And DM, it's been like 30 years, right?
It's been a number of years since you've seen Rosalina. You've seen your brother in between then, but Rosalina was a childhood friend that you didn't even know your brother was really seeing, almost as though it's like hasn't been brought up to you from your brother. You've seen your brother. The recent time you've seen your brother was within like 5 to 6 years.
5 to 6 years after.
So Rosalina, excuse me, one moment, everyone.
Yeah, you got ghosts. I'll tell jokes in the meantime. Hey, everybody.
James, I hate to be this guy, but I don't think you should be the one telling jokes.
Yeah, probably
Not because they're not funny. Just because the nature of your
No.
jokes are horrid.
It's just Pearl at the door.
Yeah, that's my brother Pearl actually at the door.
Okay. Sorry about
Very
that.
consistent.
All right. And your sister's arrest lays back down on the bench. She goes, I'm going to rest. I'm going to sleep if that's okay. Take a nap.
Sure thing. Onyx thinks for a little bit, realizing he's lied to his new sister-in-law on a few issues that have just happened. So that'll be fun. This will be a fun, totally not awkward dinner. Let's do it. I'm ready.
And you head on downstairs where sitting at the bottom of the stairs is currently the door swings open and you hear two people talking. You take a left and you can see down the stairwell and you can see a tall half-elfish individual with a buttoned up front like a suit of sorts, and it's a gray colored vest that currently over him, in a black tie and black pants with a brown belt, and he's kind of standing there. He's got his cuffs currently rolled up on both arms, and he's giving Rosalina a hug before he looks up, and there's a voice that calls up to you. Brother, what are you doing here? Come on here, come on.
Pearl, oh my goodness, how's it been? Oh my goodness.
He gives you a hug over the neck and kind of gives you a pat on the back. I haven't seen you in 5 years. Where the hell have you been?
Oh, 5 years. It was like 5 years ago. I believe I was heading to Low, right?
Yeah, that's what I heard. You were heading back there or something along those lines or something.
Yes.
I've been wondering about you. You don't ever respond to any of the mail we send you.
I haven't been getting any mail.
Oh, well, that would be a problem then.
Yeah.
On why? Well, it's good to see you. It's really. Looks like there's tea ready if you want to get some with me, and Miss and Rosalina.
Sure, I'd love to.
Uh,
I hope it's okay. Our sister, Elizabeth, is she's had a long day and she's been really sick lately, and she's
Rosie was
resting
telling
now.
me about that. Yes, Rose said that something about just tired or another.
Yes, that, and she's been chronically sick lately, and
Oh my God!
yeah.
And you brought that into the home.
It we don't think it's contagious.
I don't think. And he starts to get a little bit he starts to move his hands and kind of rubs them together. Well, let's talk about it then. And he kind of takes his seat down into a chair. You guys pull up around the fire and there's tea that's poured. So, you're going to be staying here a while, is that what it is?
Yes, if you don't mind. this will be a temporary thing, and honestly, I think it'll just be Elizabeth more than anything. With the position I've been put in, I think I have to do some traveling in the future. And,
Well-
and again, this won't be a permanent thing, I promise. Just while we're getting ourselves on our feet.
Very well. Family's family and whatnot. We can do that. Would a month's time be enough time?
Yes,
Okay.
I think so.
Very well then. I think we can do that for you. It's good to see you. All around. Yeah. And you guys begin to enjoy an afternoon with your family, eating, drinking, and just having a not drinking alcohols, but waters, and having a general nice afternoon. I'm going to pull away from you if that's all right.
Perfectly fine.
All right. Heading on over to the other three members. Very different environment as you come out into the nighttime, out of the sewers after a life harrowing experience. Currently, stench rolling off of you. There's a squish in each of your steps as your feet are soggy wet, and you guys have waited and rested for somewhat, but it's still like seemingly hard to get rid of in some parts. A lot of your clothes in the outer levels have dried, but the inner levels are soaked and clinging to your body. And you guys are currently out in the middle of the graveyard as a mist rolls and owls hoo, and there's a silence currently around you.
Are you fellas dry enough? I say to the rest of the group.
Gosh, I just need a bed of any sorts and a shower.
Well, we may not have that luxury.
I know.
I truly do not believe I will ever be dry again.
Well, for now, let's see if we can find a place that we could safely take shelter. I have a place in mind, and the one that won't sell us out.
What are we standing around here for? Let's go.
First,
Please.
remain quiet. Second, remain low. I know that'll be difficult for you, big fella. And third, stay close and remain quiet. I will reaffirm. I will scout
All right.
ahead.
Wait,
Make sure we're not spotted.
where did you say we were going again?
Just follow me.
All right. Okay.
I would like to stealthily lead the party out of the graveyard and to the doppelganger, trying to avoid as many eyes or alerting as few people as possible.
Okay. Travel along your feet. There's like crunching of the leaves as you guys dried up leaves as you travel. There's like these what's it called? There's these trees that are not their winter trees, and now it's spring, so they've lost some of their they're kind of wilted some, and you travel on, and you make it through the graveyard. I'll have you guys roll a stealth check as you pass by some individuals wanting to not be spotted, as the Goliath is tuckering his way past a metal fence.
Yeah. Here I am telling everyone to be stealthy, and I rolled an 8.
I got a 10.
Give me one moment. Got a 19 plus whatever my
Okay.
thing is. I just got pulled into the
Right. Yeah.
Right,
You got
right.
you guys travel this way, and there's like a clamoring as Zatira's like looking over a fence and kind of pushes into it, and a piece of the fencing kind of falls off as it was rusted, and a individual that's kind of like hard, you can only see his shadow because of the way the light's hitting. He turns over and like looks off into the distance, like where you guys are, and there's like a slight like, hey, who's out there? No one's supposed to be in the graveyard tonight.
We go the other way. Other way.
You guys turn around with a little like a skitter. Like, I think we got kids in the graveyard. Hey! And he starts briskly walking towards you guys. Come here.
I try to lead us out of this guy's sight, like using whatever cover of like the tombs or the trees, maybe along the walls, even to just try and maybe slip past him even without being noticed.
You guys, like, what it is like Zatira turns around and is like almost hits into Astrid, who then Astrid turns around and like pushes Kalikath, and you guys were walking one way and you guys are like traveling the other way. I want you guys to re-roll stealth rolls as you try to clamber your way away like quietly without being followed by this guy, the grave tender.
14.
14?
That's sleight of hand. Ignore that. I misclicked. I got a natural 20 on stealth.
Sick.
All right, so
Plus 5.
he takes a few steps forward and he looks around, and like you can now see him in better image as he lights up a lantern, and it's this older individual, and he's scratching his head, and he kind of looks around, and you guys are kind of all like pressed up against various trees or in the bushes wherever, kind of like watching him with anticipation, and he goes, "God damn old sight, hearing shit," and he starts walking off.
I wait like a minute for after he walks off to come out. And did he leave the gate open?
He did leave that gate open, yeah.
All right. Now's our time to slip out.
And with that, you three, one after another, slip out into distant Galahad.
I would like to use my knowledge of distant Galahad, running along rooftops, using alleyways before, to make sure that we sneakily make our way to the doppelganger.
Traveling quietly, moving along the ways, you guys make your ways to Doppelganger with very little issues. There's very little people on the road this late at night as you guys travel throughout, and eventually you make it to the distant Galahad, a large wooden-based building with black stone as a door with a serpent, or a black marble door with a serpent drawn into the the door handles, with they kind of like look outwards with fangs bearing.
All right, it's pretty late, so it's likely they're closing time. We'll go around back. You two stay right outside. I'll talk with a friend of mine. We'll see how much he can help us.
Alright, sounds good.
Alright. Stay right here.
All right, you two stay, presume stay there as Zatira slinks around the building. And there you get to the back door where your typical entrance is.
I will knock on the door.
There's a clunk, clunk, clunk as it echoes in. There's a moment before anything stirs and you can hear someone walking up to the door. The door creaks open and you hear a familiar voice call out, "I swear to God, if that's you, Zatira." And he swings open the door and there's Naomi, currently like he's scratching, he's like wiping his eyes. "Do you know what why do you smell like shit?"
Long story. I need to crash here, and me and a couple friends actually need to crash here for a night, maybe.
Is everything all right?
I'd like to think so, but things aren't exactly going as planned as per usual.
Yeah, I feel like I just saw you hours ago. Come on in.
All right, I wave over the other two.
I go to Zatira.
Following.
Hello, friend. We almost died.
he like looks up and he's a very tall individual, and you guys haven't seen this individual before, I don't think. He's a large 7-foot tall drow, very thin, and he's got that blackish blue skin, and then these white tattoos that do spirals and do lines all across his body and up to his neck, but not onto his face. And he looks just a little bit up at the Goliath. He's like, "You brought a mummy and a giant. And you
I
smell
know.
like shit."
I'll tell you the full story and the magic of friendship I discovered along the way. First, let us inside.
Yeah. Also, it is a pleasure to meet you. And he brings out his hand out to you, Kalagath.
I would shake it, but I am soaked through my bandages. I would not recommend it. But know that it is in good faith.
Good point. And he swings open the door. Come on in.
I frostbolts the deer bow before I enter the door.
And come on in. He kind of like tugs at your cloth to pull you in. But
I'll
but
just take our sweet time.
Yeah. And then the door closes behind you guys as you guys walk into the doppelganger, which is this nice dark oak innards, and there's a room to the left, a room to the right, and a hallway that goes forwards into what would be the main bar area. All right, come on. And you guys walk out to the main bar area where it's this dark, basically you got this countertop that you guys have. He guides you around to these tables that have the chairs flipped on the top of the circular tables. He pulls them off and one by one, and he's like, "Okay." So, what are you doing here at who God knows what hour?
Well, first let's let our two guests get comfortable. I would happen to have any towels, wraps, or maybe a place to have us warm our hands.
Yeah, we actually have a pretty nice washroom here.
Yeah, you know what? That would be great.
Yeah, follow me. And you two stay there. And he guides Zatira to the back where there's this door he opens up. Yeah, so we got this installed a bit ago with the money when Sawyer first left, and it's like this nice. You can hear
I
this
grab
running.
his arm and then pull him in with me and close the door gently.
There's a as that happens, and he's in there. You guys are in the washroom. There's a gentle like stream running down, and it's kind of like he's like, what the fuck is happening?
So, that big fella was the Goliath I was telling you about.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to know a whole lot. However, he informed me of a lot more than I initially had, and following him, I got a lot more important information.
Why do you always come with bad news? Okay. What's the information?
There's some good news, actually.
Okay.
The silver vine that was stolen was supposed to be some greater tool to be used by the Kohi family, at least. From what I heard, he doesn't even know what it's really capable of.
All right.
It's from the Lord himself, which we got a personal audience with.
You have a way of meeting all kinds of people, don't you? All right.
But, from how he described it, he believed it to be perhaps a weapon to help people fight against Torn somehow. I don't think he even knew what was actually in the box.
This is a lot. Okay.
So, that would eliminate him on the list of people who wanted to steal it from the Goliath in the first place.
Right. Then we're out. Then the next question is what's next, right?
Right. He don't believe he had the vine on his person, but he was traveling with two others that simply left him behind. One was his mentor, and another was a man named Smokin' Joe.
Did he say where they were heading? Or where they went? I actually have some news on that.
Unfortunately, it seemed like even the big guy doesn't know where they ran off to.
They came in, did he... We need to ask the big man where he came in from, whether it be horse or boat. If he came in on horse, then that means that they were needing to use the ports if they were trying to get out of town. And the ports are all stopped right now. I don't know if you're aware, but there's been a problem going on. 3 ships have sunk.
Oh, criminy.
Tide's high right now, and that's normally good for the boats to get out of port, but all ports are locked, and the Red's not saying why. Meaning, whoever this man might be, these 2 men might still be in the city. They don't have anywhere to go.
Right. There was another issue that we encountered.
Okay.
We were arrested, she puts in air quotes.
You look really arrested.
Right. We were housed in their prison cells in the Kohi Manor's dungeons for a time. We were given some pretty nice accommodations for prisoners. So, I believe he didn't think we were super guilty, based on the, some murders that have been going around town.
I haven't heard of anything particular on murders, but what kind?
The kind,
Or where? Or who?
I believe, they were city guards murdered.
Now that's
In the tri-
interesting. Anytime
And,
it's... Sorry.
And I believe they were committed by Daman.
No, I know that name.
Right.
That's somebody we used to work with some time ago. We sold product to.
Right. Apparently he's in town. And killed 5 guards.
My
And now-
God.
We had some blame pinned on us.
That sounds like a lot.
Now, we had attested to the fact that all he had to do was pretty clearly this Domino fella. And we're
Hold on.
happily waiting for our for an investigation to be done. We were pretty confident that we would be proven innocent. That is until dramatic music, the gold masks show up.
More gold mask.
Indeed. But the interesting thing was, they asked us where the silver vine was.
You talked to one?
They had possessed one of the guards that was watching over our cells.
I've never heard of them talking before. They were looking for the vine?
Indeed. They also don't know where it is.
Alright, so we have a mystery on our hands.
Right.
Okay.
So, Lord Kohi doesn't have it. He doesn't even know what it does. He probably doesn't even know it's the silver vine. The gold masks don't know where it is. They don't have it. They're asking us about it. And third, the missing Mentor and Smokin' Joe, the 2 members that were following our Goliath friend, disappearing, who were likely the ones carrying it.
So, we need to find them. A few things. One, I think we should get the other 2 in on this. They might have some insights, and especially the Goliath.
Right.
They're probably also waiting. And I'm going to go to the Goliath and Calicat if you want to RP it all real quick.
I wonder what's taking them so long in there. Surely they're not cleaning together.
I don't
Right?
know. I just wish they would hurry up. It's taking forever. I stink.
I squeeze one of my bandage or a stray bandage and just brown ooze leaks out.
It's horrible.
Is that good for your skin condition? Is that what you said this is? You have a skin thing?
I'm gonna be honest with you, pal. There's not a whole lot that is good for it. I squeeze out more brown ooze.
And then I'll travel on back from that dialogue into the conversation. Secondly, you said 5 guard were killed, and I haven't heard anything on that. Last time a red guard was killed, the entire city knew.
Right.
So why isn't that being told? Why is that not knowledge?
Well, this probably was a relatively recent development, and I think the captain, whatever his role was, he was speaking to the Lord by the time that we walked in to speak with him, and had mentioned this to him. So maybe they're trying to keep this something down low, perhaps, for some reason.
You're talking about the captain of the Red Guard, Mako?
Yes, yes.
I haven't seen him get involved with something like this before, so it must be involving the Silver Vine as well. Guess the matter is, how do we find those two with the Silver Vine? How do we smoke them out? My best guess would talk with the big one and figure out what they want. And maybe we make something that they would want obvious or known. From there, we get them out in the open and we get a hold of the vine. That's my best guess. But secondly, we could check the ports, try to see if they're even there. If they're somewhere in the city, they're obviously going to be trying to find a way out. I know a smuggler. Actually, I know a smuggler who might know something about this. If they're going to try to get out of this city, they're going to need to talk with them in order to even make it past the Reds if they're going on by boat.
Yeah, about that smuggler, we may need him ourselves if we're going to get out of this city. You see, I think you know how, a little bit how the gold masks work, right?
Yeah, as long as someone that works with them knows you or sees you, then they all see you.
Right. And the fact that they only puppeteer people
Right.
temporarily. We had broken out of ourselves and might have knocked out a couple people.
So you're in more heat.
Indeed.
You're just dying to get me in trouble, aren't you?
I'm dying to get out of trouble myself, friend.
Well, thankfully, I can talk with Sebastian. He shouldn't be hard to get you a letter, and that will allow you to get a hold of the smuggler. We're going to need to make a deal with them. I'm not sure what they would want, but if you have that letter, they have an agreement with the Santiago family. They should help you out without any suspicions.
Right, okay. Well, I think that's enough for now. Go ahead and step out a little carefully, quietly. We don't want them to think we're doing anything scandalous. Also, I planned on actually using this bathhouse.
Yeah, I would suggest you do. You smell awful. And he opens up the door. So you staying here?
Yes.
All right. And he walks on out, and before he walks out, he's like, I'll get you some of Sebastian's clothes because mine won't fit you.
All right, thank you.
He quickly goes across the hallway, you hear some clothes plop on the floor outside, and then he walks down to see see Astrid and Calicat before pulling a chair back. There's like, and he takes a seat down. So, who are you two? How are you doing? My name's
Been better. I'm Astrid.
Yeah, I heard a lot about you. Goliath, is it?
Yeah.
What you doing here, my friend?
I guess business trip probably be the best way to say it.
Business,
Although
understandable.
the business part not really. Had some bumps, but other than that, it's fine.
Sorry to hear
Oh
that.
yeah, a whole lot of business happening around here.
Oh yeah.
And you? He has a weird. He doesn't know how to address Calicath.
I do like a little bow and open my cloak, and just more brown ooze comes out, and I say, "I'm an artist."
Do we need to get you? Do I need to go get you something like tissues or?
No, it's quite all right. I'll just wait my turn.
Okay. Well, my name's Naomi. If you're friends with Zatira, you're friends with me. But I guess we'll wait. And a period of time passes before Zatira finishes up and heads out, and then you two head in, and you get a chance to wash yourselves. And overall, oh sorry. Oh, I thought someone said something. And so, no, I thought someone said something. You guys get washed up, and then you come out, and overall, Naomi's like, all right, so I got some pallets out. You guys can sleep here, and you're in the bar, like the bar area, and we can talk again tomorrow morning, unless you guys have anything else.
Nope.
I got a question.
Sure.
Zatira, what was it you called him? What was it when we were on the way here?
A friend.
No, something else.
Oh, do you mean the doppelganger? Is that it?
Yes. Why? I'm
Oh.
curious.
It's the name of the
Oh.
bar.
It's the name of where you are right now.
Oh, I thought
Yeah.
it was. I thought that was a nickname. I wanted
The
a story.
owners.
Oh no.
The owners are changelings, and so because doppelgangers are a common enemy for adventurers and killed, it was a fun name to be had for a changeling to own it and call it the doppelganger.
It's a bit of
Mr.
humor involved.
Mr. Sawyer used to have a bit of a life to him before everything.
I see. That. All right. Thank you. I go back to being quiet because now I feel embarrassed.
Nothing to worry about. The people ask about the name all the time.
And you guys tuck her in for the night. You guys take a long rest, or unless anyone else would like to do anything.
Oh, I would like to do something.
All right.
It's during a rest. I would like to cast mending on Astrid's quarterstaff, bowstaff, whatever that was,
Absolutely.
during the rest.
Is there any way you'd like to describe casting that magic as you work over a table with it?
Yeah, just a pleasant glow of red and pink as I wrap it in bandages while it's healing.
I got you. You get it all wrapped up like a Christmas present, and as you put your hands over it, and like you're like flicking the coin, it's rolling in your fingers. You hold your hands over and the item itself glows this pinkish hue, and before it fades back to its normal color, and it like there's no light emanating off of it. And as you unwrap it, it's a perfectly undamaged thing. And that process, took about an hour's worth of your time as you put your hand over it and carefully mended the pieces together, or the piece together.
Sounds like a plan to me.
But besides
Other than
that,
that, I think I'm content.
you take your rest, and everyone takes a sleep before the next morning comes. And we'll move over on to Onyx for this. Onyx, it's the next morning of, and did you stay over there? When you were staying there at the night that afternoon, it was about to be nighttime. You would travel through the city at night otherwise.
There's only one bed, right?
There's one bed, but there's like a couch and plenty of other places like that.
Yeah, I'd sleep on the couch.
Okay. So you take a sleep. The first thing you do, you wake. The first thing that wakes you up is a conversation currently being had. The door's open, and there's an individual at the door talking with your brother as you're sleeping on the couch, kind of off to the left. Hello. And there's a interaction between Pearl and this person through the door. Hi, Mr. Everhall. Perfect. I was hoping to meet you. Hoping to have a little bit of a chat with you just real quick. Pearl kind of was like, yes. What can I help you with, Mr. Mako? Well, there's been a problem, you see. Your brother seems to be in town. If you take a look here, and he pulls over like as you kind of like scurry your upper body up, you look at your brother, who's now holding in his hands a large open book that came from the Tankard Tavern with names in it. Mr. Onyx Everhall, do you know that name? Is that the right one? Yeah, yes, that is. Perfect. Have you seen him? We have reasons to believe he would be coming to see you, if anything. And he's currently wanted by Mr. Vashon Kohi. There's a silence in the room. Would you like to do anything, Onyx?
No. No.
You sit there quietly breathing heavily. Hold on. Yes, well, that's fine. If you do see him, please let us know. And for extra measures of security, would you like to have someone with you in case of... There's actually been a number of problems happening among your brother, and we might want to hire you in order to investigate this matter. See, 6 people have died since your brother's made it into town. And immediately Pearl's face sours, and he looks slightly to the right and then quickly back to Mako. Everything all right? Okay. Yes, 6 people have died, and we just want to get to the bottom of it in order to protect our city and our citizens. So, if you have any information, or if you find into your brother, please do let us know. We can give you a handsome reward, and keep a lookout, as Mr. Kohi might be, Lord Kohi, excuse me. Very funny with the titles, I apologize. Lord Kohi should be contacting you probably today about finding the matter. And, yes, that's all we came in here for today, so I hope you have a great day, Mr. Pearl Everhall. And I'll see you around. And you hear you hear Mako walk away. Only thing you saw of him was his gauntlets for reaching through the door at one point. And along with it, you hear several other armored footsteps walk away as the door slowly closes. Pearl quickly looks to his right to look right, makes eye contact with you.
Hey, good morning. I fake stretch. Man, I just woke up. Who was at the door? I was sleeping when I just woke up just like a second ago.
He kind of walks up quiet, and he speaks quietly. My wife is still sleeping, and you need to explain yourself right now. What was he talking about? Why is the leader of the Red looking for you?
I'm not too sure. I haven't done anything. I haven't even spoken to... That's not true, actually. I spoke to a Red Guard. The first day I was here, because I witnessed a brawl in a tavern, and I was giving some evidence. Maybe that has something to do with it.
Maybe, okay.
What did he say?
He said that you are wanted for murder.
No, I didn't do that.
I have been studying the Red for some time now. Come with me. And he grabs your arm and pulls you out of bed, and he starts heading upstairs to my study.
Okay.
You guys follow your way up, head into the study, and then he closes the door behind him. Look, you're my brother, and maybe I can actually use you. I've been studying into the Red for some time, and I don't believe a word that that man says, and he grabs a book and puts it onto the desk, and then he also grabs a box and puts it on the desk as well, and then he reaches underneath the desk and click. There's like two buttons click in, and he pulls out a golden mask and sets it on the desk. Okay, so people have been disappearing for some time now, and I have reasons to believe that they're involved. But the matter is, they now are looking for you, and you've just got here. So I need to figure out how you are involved with this. You get me?
The mask?
The everything. If they think that you are involved with the murders, I think that they are pinning blames. I've seen it before, and it's happened to one of our previous people. A man was turned into ash. I'm certain of it. There was no traces of damage, no traces of struggle. Simply ash was found within his home whenever I was set upon the scene, and that was about 6 months ago. So, if there is more things happening, and immediately after that, a official was arrested, and one who was particularly against the red. If anything, this is a ploy to get to me and get me arrested for crimes that I didn't commit. Set the blame onto you at first, and then transfer it over as an aiding and abetting. Something along those lines seems to be reasonable to guess to. But I need to know what you know. Is there anything that would have said, other than you walking in the town, how did they know you were here? You said you spoke to a red guard. What was that about again?
Well, the first day that me and our sister Elizabeth were here, we walked into the Iron Tankard Tavern. We saw a scuffle happen between it was a Goliath, 3 locals, I think, and some mysterious guy who used magic to... Well, yeah, he killed someone. And I was reporting the murder because some red guards had asked if anyone saw what happened. I was there. I was eating food with Elizabeth, our sweet marble, you know, just doing
Okay.
nothing.
Then I hope you understand. They weren't looking, it didn't sound like they were looking for marble. I don't know why. But I can't have you stay here. I don't know what the next step for you would be, but I can't have you be here. You endanger my wife, you endanger me, but I can give you this information, and hopefully that will help you set on a path to clear your name. And I will help as much as I can on my ends of things if you report to me anything you find. But I cannot keep you here. I cannot house you here.
I understand.
So, here's what I know. There was a man 6 months ago murdered in a home not too far away from the red square. He pulls out a map and circles the home here. If you want to take a look at it, you can. I don't know if it'd be of any benefit to you. But what I can tell you is that in that home, a family they went missing. And later the Red decided that they were murdered, but their bodies were never found. I went investigating it myself and found these traces, and he pulls up the box and opens it up, and there's ash in there. Found traces of ash. I have reason to believe that they are the family. In the ash are bone chunks. I've separated them into a jar here. He reaches over and pulls it over, clicks it down. I don't know what business they had with the Red, and I'm not sure to its entirety that they are the ones who did it. I simply know that they had a story far too fast and didn't allow me to do my job. They had a solution beforehand, and they had arrested someone here. They arrested an official who had a job essentially pulling taxes on trade with the seaside district. He was known as the Baron, and he's no longer with us. You could probably find him in Fadian now. But that's what I know, and I don't want to see the same thing happen to me or you. But I can't have you here. Is there any more? That's all I really have on that matter. But I'm seeing it quickly that he's trying to have you blamed for doing it, and that I don't believe.
Yeah, this is some scary stuff. Man. Okay, so you're telling me that a family disappeared in a home near here.
Yes.
You think they returned to dust. The Red immediately accused someone named the Baron?
Yes, it was the day after, actually, and that was his title. His actual name was Morn Leonis.
Morn?
Morn Leonis.
Okay.
That was some time ago, and they had him arrested the very day after. There was no proof of the matter, and no trial either.
So you think it was a cover-up?
That's precisely it. After I did my own investigation, this is what I found, and it was within the floorboards. This dust here, that I have confirmed to be ash, talking to a mortician, and then chunks of bone. And this one in particular is a child's bone, and it's like a small shard.
Jeez.
I don't know what business the family had with the Red. I could never figure that out. I could only find that the Baron himself was taxing on the Red and investigating some of their imports.
And what of this mask?
The mask.
Golden mask.
That, I don't know. There was one found in the building.
In the building where they disappeared.
That is right, yes. Possibly an heirloom, possibly some other trinket that they collected, but the family was a fishing family, or at least the father was, and the mother sold breads. It didn't seem right for them to have something that looked this valuable. And this particular mask, and he grabs it and kind of like tries to bend it. Very, it's solid gold.
Do you mind if I touch it?
Absolutely.
I'd like to investigate it and put it into memory.
Okay.
May I roll investigation?
I don't understand what you mean by put it into memory.
Well, that's a secret.
Okay, you can investigate it, and then you want to remember all the details. Is that right?
Yes, I'd like
Alright.
to remember, things that make this mask special. You said it was pure gold. You said,
Okay, I got you. I'll have you roll an investigation on that then. I didn't quite understand your question.
of course. 22.
22. You, while investigating it, you notice that there's glints of runes in there that are almost hard to see. And as you turn the light and certain shadows come over it, there's actually these runes that are in the mask that are very, 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 very faint. And as you try to wipe them, they don't show up. But as the light hits it in a very odd way, you can see that there is these runes that run down it, possibly of some kind of magic script.
I'd like to write the runes down in a little notebook of mine.
All right. Your brother takes a look around and watches as you write it down, unsure of what you're writing. What is that?
Well, I was looking at this mask, and you can barely see here. If you twist it like this, and the light reflects it like this, you could see runes. These. Did you notice this before?
No, I have not. I have not at all. I thought this was unenchanted. That's even more particular. How could a family have something enchanted with this value? It's not likely. Is the enchantment active?
Should I roll Arcana to check?
You may roll. Yeah, you can roll Arcana.
Okay. 22.
The enchantment is active.
Oh shit. Yes, brother. The enchantment seems to be active right now.
Okay, well, you're the one with the degree in magics. What do we do about that?
Well, I have a couple of ideas running through this head of mine. I have a spell called Locate Objects, and if I can describe and name an object that I'm familiar with, I can understand where that object may or may not be. Now, granted, if this is a one-of-a-kind mask, it will do no good, but if there's anything like it, I might be able to get something
A glimpse of it?
Yeah.
Okay, but what of the enchantment on there?
DM, I'd like to roll another Arcana to figure out the type of school, the type of...
I would say with your 22 that you already have, and you're looking at the notes, you recognize that it is a scrying Arcana.
Oh shit. Brother. This is a scrying Arcana. That means... And if it's active right now, that means whoever owned this mask can probably see and hear us right now as we speak.
Silence kind of takes the room as he stares at it.
Brother, I think this mask is trouble. You
Okay.
haven't said anything in its presence, have you?
I've said many things. This is my study. All my investigations are taking place here. That if this belongs to the Red, that means that they have been on top of everything that I've ever... Do you want the mask? If not, I'm going to destroy this thing.
I think it would be best to destroy it.
Very well. I'm going to take this, and he puts it into a bag. And I'm going, unless there's anything else, I'm going to send you on your way.
I understand. Well, it's nice having all the siblings in one place, if only for a few hours.
It was nice. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Sorry to send you off like this.
I understand. Goodbye, brother.
And he gives you a nod, and he like walks you down the stairs and past the rooms. Your sister's still sleeping, and heads to the back door. And he's like, I don't know if they know what you look like, but I don't want them to. If they are watching this home, I don't want them to see you leaving out the front door. So,
Understandable.
be safe and don't trust that individual Mako.
Will do.
The door creaks open, and he kind of like gestures.
I take my leave.
Heading on out. Where would you like to head?
Well, I'm filled with so many questions, but in terms of murders... Oh, yes! I have a date with someone. I was supposed to be somewhere. I wonder if he's still waiting for me. I head over to Domino.
And as you head over to Domino, I think we're going to take our break. All right. So we'll see you guys. Well, I'll see you guys back in about 10 minutes time. So that's going to be 8:50. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching, and see you soon. It's not goodbye. It's see you soon. Oop.
bombshell. Silvervine is actually fake. It's all conspiracy to stir up, enter complications
wouldn't
with
be
the red
surprised.
and
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, you're the villain here, Astrid.
Oh,
I'll agree to that.
Like the church is
we're being
completely
listened
fine.
to.
I'll be the villain.
And we are back,
I'm fine with that.
everybody. Welcome back to our
Are we?
regularly
Nobody
scheduled
seems to be on.
We're
episode
back.
of
Silver's
the
muted.
reception table.
For
Oh,
us,
no,
but he's
I'm
not
muted.
for stream.
Oh God,
Wait,
my
so they can hear us?
everything's going
Yes,
wrong.
they can hear us right now.
One moment.
That's funny.
He
These
gives
things
excellent
falling
warning.
over his shoulders.
Hello. Am I unwarned or am I unmuted?
Yeah,
For
Yes,
you
are
guys?
unmuted.
Yeah.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yep. Everything's going fine over here.
Yeah, nothing's going
I
on.
pr-
It's,
I promise. Just don't
I
look on
promise. Just don't
It
watch
sounds
the
like it,
stream.
truly.
stream. Without a
For
doubt
all
in
those
my mind.
audio viewers, it's fine. Anyways,
Please believe me.
you can trust me by the way that I'm talking.
It's
All
just
right,
my way
everybody.
of speaking.
Welcome back. We are to a regularly scheduled reception table program, and we are. If everybody's still here, we all good?
Yeah.
Yep.
yes.
Okay, we'll get on into it. So, the next morning, it's the next morning of, and we're going to move on over. Oh no, it's next morning of, and you are heading over to Domino, and and we're going to move on over to while you're traveling, Kalikath, Astrid, and Zatira. You guys wake up. You guys had pallets on the floor of the bar of the unused bar. There's like a coated like amount of like dust in areas as this place is not regularly swept, and you guys then wake up to this to the next morning.
Well, I don't think we'll have time for breakfast, lads.
Is there?
Astrid is still like dead asleep, but he's like tossing and turning, and he's sweating in his sleep.
I guess you could say he sleeps like a rock. I'd elbow Calico.
I don't. What's funny about that?
Because he has... You know what, whatever. Anyway, try and wake him up.
I'm not gonna wake him up. The man has 4 arms. Are you stupid?
we
Each
gotta
one is
get moving.
bigger than my skull. If he throws one punch, my jaw's gonna pop off.
Yeah, we got the whole Cody Lordship looking for us as well.
Is that why there's no time for breakfast?
Right, yes. I will go get my friend Naomi and we'll see if he can help us find a way out of here.
I
As you
cautiously wiggle Astrid to try and wake him up. What?
Marco! Oh, Kalikath. Oh God. What's wrong? What's going on?
What's wrong is it's morning, and it's time to go.
God.
You
Astrid's
you all right?
checking. Yeah, Astrid's just checking his finger with the ring on it. Like, yeah, it's fine. It's just a nightmare. Let's get up. Come on.
All right, come on.
you guys get up, and
Also-
Zatira.
Oh.
No, go ahead.
What?
Yes.
Kalikath, can you fix my quarterstaff?
And I just continue walking. And I say, maybe you should just go ahead and take a look at it. And its quarterstaff should be laying next to his bed.
Okay. I inspect my quarterstaff. Or any abnormalities?
You don't find any, except for at the very end where there's a little like there's a little bow of rags that are currently at the very end of it. Not rags of the cloth, the bandages. But besides that, there's no damages.
He twirls it and puts it on his back. He's like, thanks, Cal. That means a lot to me.
Do a thing. Just don't break it again.
Try my best, bud. Alright, let's go. God, I'm starving.
As you guys are going up, Zatira, you're going to go head up to Naomi, but you're actually stopped as the other door in the hallway swings open, and a smaller individual, about just a bit taller than you, comes out. His skin is completely white, and he is the most pale as a ghost as can be, and his hair is also as white as well. And he looks over with these almost he still has the white in his eyes, but like the what would normally be a hazel or orange or a yellow is this very, very dark black like pit of an eye, and he kind of looks at you with a pissed off look in his face. Zatira?
Hello.
It's been a while. I'm not too comfortable with you using this place as your own personal crash pad.
Unfortunately, we won't be using it for very long. In fact, we were just on our way out. And it might be the last time you see us for a good while.
Yeah, I would hope so. And he kind of like brushes past you and heads to the restroom area.
Goodness, you woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I move on to Naomi's room.
In Naomi's room, you can currently hear like essentially you can hear something moving you can hear something moving essentially it sounds like somebody's working out in the other room.
I knock on his door.
You knock on the door and he opens up. There's a moment before he gets up. The door swings open and there's this like rolling mist of what's it called, incense that currently fills the room that is you're immediately hit with, and it's very strong. It's a very good smell per se, but not in like this. It's just very, it hits you, and you can see that there's like a number of candles set up, and there's a little area where he seems to have there's a great hammer currently sitting in the center of the room. And he takes a step out and he goes, "Y'all heading out then?"
Yeah, just about. You know what? Do you happen to have a inkwell and a piece of parchment? Might have you deliver a letter for me.
Sure thing.
Last little favor, if you don't mind.
No problem. And he starts to head towards Sebastian's room, and then he notices the door is open, and he goes, "Oh, hey, did he leave his room?
Yeah, he
Finally stopped sulking? Oh, he's still sulking.
Oh, he's still sulking.
Well, good that he's moving. At least. It's been about a day and a half now. He probably smelled like shit anyways." And he walks into Sebastian's room for a moment before, and there's a good moment of silence before he comes out holding three things. One, he's holding in one hand a quill and an ink, and the other thing he's holding an envelope, and then he's also grasping with his other hand, like the bottom of his hand, a sheet of paper. Excuse me. And he walks through, puts it all on the desk, and he goes, "This is for you," and he hands it over to you, Zatira. And then here's that ink and paper if you needed it. What that is it has the Santiago seal. You can see the wax, and if you bring that over to the Seaward District and you bring that to the Warden of the Sea, if you hand it over to the guy behind the counter, he'll know what that means, and he should get you that smuggler.
Right, thank you. And could I'll just tell you who I'm planning to write another letter for, and it's for my brother. I'm likely not going to see him for a while, and I
Did you I should have brought this up sooner. Did you hear about your brother?
No. What happened?
He's fine, first of all, kind of. Sorry.
Worded like that, you're startling me.
He got evicted And he's currently living in the Santiago Manor or estate. He's currently living in the mansion.
Evicted? Why'd he get evicted?
Something or another about some debt that was on your name. The Reds came through, took all of his things, seemed to have caused a wreck of a place. Something about medical.
Medical. Right.
At least that's what I heard from Sophia. And that's what Sebastian heard from Sophia. And then I heard from, anyways, yeah. So he's currently living in the estate.
Remind me I think they gave me a gold amount for how much I owed for it, right?
Yes, they did say 1,200.
1,200.
Sorry, the intense like fighting audio kicked in when I said that.
Yeah.
Roll initiative for taxes.
Yeah, for real.
And was it like discussed as like not an immediate payment, but like a payment plan, sort of?
They didn't properly discuss it with you. They told you to pay it, and you told them you couldn't, and then they kind of like you kind of left, and they overall let you leave.
Right. Debt collecting. Well, make it a package, and on top of a letter. And I'm gonna write a letter to Zeke, my brother, saying, hey there, little brother. It's been a while since you and I have talked. We haven't had our morning conversations as we commonly do. I heard you got booted out of your room because of some screw up on my end. Damn, Red. It's nothing for you to be too concerned over. It's just money issues. I'm more concerned about you being able to have a roof under your head and paying for your next meal. So, I'll be giving you a bit of a gift just to help you along, and I'll try and cover my end of that debt. But more important matters, you probably won't be seeing me for a good while. It's nothing to be concerned about. I will be going on a long journey, work-related. Hopefully it will help me pay off the debt. Anyways, and then I'd sit there for a while just thinking, letting the ink drip a little bit, thinking about what else he could possibly say. No, there's nothing to worry about. No, I shouldn't say it a third time, then he's definitely gonna worry. Your dear sister, no, I shouldn't cut it off so soon. You know I love you, but... I shouldn't have a but. I do love you. I won't forget about you. Don't forget about me. No, that doesn't even make any sense. I should return soon enough, safe and sound. And, should the gods smile upon me, a few extra coins in my pocket. Don't know how long it'll be until I return. But, know that I'll be thinking about you. Sincerely, your sweet, loving, endearing, confident, beautiful, exceptional sister. P.S. Also talented. No, you can't deny the money. I put in 200 golds into like folded up in that letter in like in a package like envelope.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, have this delivered to him, please.
I will deliver it myself.
Thank
Or I'll give it to Sophia. I'm not going back into that manner.
you. Yeah, I don't blame you.
But Sophia, she'll get it to him.
Right. Thank you, Naomi.
Of course. And if you need anything, you can always come back here. You're always welcome here.
Getting mixed feelings on that from Sebastian.
Yeah. Sometimes just fuck Sebastian.
Yeah, right. Well, we'll be off now.
You stay safe, all right?
Certainly try.
And if you see Tommy out there, tell him that we actually need him for something.
All right. You'll probably see him before I do, honestly.
Probably. Yeah.
And,
We haven't seen him since that event. He might be kind of spooked, but we don't. I mean, Sawyer might have issues with him, but I mean, we still could use his help.
Right. And if you see him before I do, tell him I'll be gone for a while, and I'm coming back. And I haven't forgotten about our date plans.
I'll make sure he knows.
All right, lads. Enough lollygagging. Let's hoof it.
Well, finally sit up. I was sitting on the floor while he writes his letter. My newly attached and clean bandages. What's the plan now?
Well, with this sealed letter, we should be able to deliver to a fellow down in the seaside district. He should be alright out of here.
Well,
we're running. Don't you think we need to
Well-
go to the Lord and explain ourselves? It's
That's
kind
a
of not
little
painting the best
difficult.
picture.
Knocking out a few of his guards after breaking out of our cells doesn't leave the best picture.
Well, we could just
Yeah.
simply explain ourselves.
I think
But then
we're
again,
beyond
he
that
didn't
point.
he didn't really listen to reason when I was talking to him the first time.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think we're going to have to do this ourselves, lads. Proving our own innocence.
Yeah, our last chance to explain really just resulted in an investigation that I didn't think was going to come to fruition anyway.
I don't think
Indeed.
so.
And we still got locked up and we didn't even do anything. Well, I didn't do anything.
None of us did anything.
But yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Let's get moving. And
All right,
just
fine.
keep our heads down. Stay
It's
out
always
of
a test.
view of the Reds.
It's just another test. I know they're watching. It's another test.
Yeah, we're going to find out what's up with your two friends as well.
It's just their way of testing me. It's just, did I not do enough? Was what I went through not enough?
They have a weird way of testing people.
And do you
Testing
guys-
their
Annoying way of.
Yeah, I think we head out now.
You guys head on your way. All right. As you guys are heading, I believe you guys are heading to the Seaward district, right?
Yes, the seaside
All right.
district, and
To the-
I will try and take like paths that we would catch the least eyes, especially from guards or Church of the Red members.
Okay. Moving on over to Domino and Onyx. Onyx, you head your way. Domino, for the night? Where did you stay in the general vicinity of the meeting area?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
If anything, I might have cast.
Because I know you're heading back there.
Yeah, I think I stood there, and then I created a pack with my dagger.
Hmm. I see. How would you want to describe that, or would you want to?
I think so I clutch my domino hard, and I put my other hand and I kind of focus onto the dagger, and I could feel some power, and I guess I kind of accidentally stumbled upon reading a pack, and then I tossed the dagger, and after a moment it magically returns back to my hand
Hmm.
in a green flash.
Okay. You hold the dagger, and you've created this pact with it. Domino in one hand. You can hear this like joyful like games being played echoing in your ears, something you're familiar with but no one else can hear. And you threw that dagger, and it reappeared into your hands, and it reappeared in your hands the knife side. You're holding on to the blade as you look at the handle, and you look at your reflection in the blade, and even though your face and your expression and your form is not your own, you can see your eyes, and you know that those are your eyes, and you're not convinced by your illusion as everyone else is. And as you're looking into this reflection, even though your lips don't move, a crooked smile takes form for just a split second before you look away and look back, and it's just you. Perfectly normal, perfectly average. The laughter and the waves that hit the water, or hit like there's this like almost waves that go on back and forth, back and forth. It fades, and the last things you're left with is a small chime of music, a playful note, before you're back alone, surrounded by all of Crossroads.
Okay. I would like to I think I would like to spend the night under the bridge, I believe.
Getting underneath the ironclad bridge wouldn't be very possible, if that's the bridge you're talking about. But you rest in that. You could rest on that hill, and then Onyx will find you there, if that's all right.
Yeah.
You rest on that hill, and you lay on your back, staring up at the sky to see a half moon sitting right above Crossroads, just sitting there waiting, like and it's this blue. The moon for this is blue, with a little aura of a red ring around it, as you stare up into the moon that you've seen every time. Can I have you roll a history check?
I got a 16.
16.
Yep.
As you're looking up at the sky, and you're looking up at the moon, and you're resting your head upwards, one little moment of curiosity hits you as you're hit with this deja vu. And you fall asleep into the night. The next morning comes, and you're woken up, or in Onyx, you see you wake up, and you've been there for a bit, and after some time of enjoying the morning, you can see a familiar man walking his way through, very, very late, showing up into the meeting area, and there's Onyx currently like, maybe he left.
Onyx, is that you?
Oh, hello, have we met before?
Yes, at the tavern. I've introduced myself as Rosa.
Ah,
Rosa
yes.
Laverna.
Rosa Laverna. You know, you have the same last name. Never mind. It's probably a coincidence. What's up, Rosa? Did Domino not show up?
Domino is still in quite I guess you can call it heat. and he has sent me to go along with you in his presence.
Okay. I really needed to talk to Domino, but I really wish Domino were here. Oh well, I guess you'll have to do. Well,
Don't worry, I'm in close contact with Domino.
oh cool. Are y'all like under a message spell or some sort of long distance telepathic thing or like notes?
That is not important now. What is the issue? Why were you so late?
Oh well, I thought I'd be sooner, but had some family things come up. Hey, listen, you don't know anything about murders, do you? I'm wanted for murder, and for some reason I feel like being next to Domino, who was a murderer. I didn't know was a murderer. No offense, Domino. I guess he's not here, so he can't hear. But you know, watching him kill that guy, and then a day later, I have to. People think that I'm a murderer of 6 people. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
I mean, Domino has made his great escape. I am not sure about you being involved with that.
Yeah, well, I'm not involved with it. You see, I'm just, I'm innocent in this situation. I barely know Domino. I'm being framed for murder. There's this weird conspiracy going on. I need Domino's help, okay? If you can point me to Domino, Laverna. Again, Domino Laverna. You said... Never mind. Doesn't matter.
I am family of Domino.
Oh, yeah,
We
yeah.
share the same last name.
Brother, sister...
Domino is my adopted brother.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. A family's a family, That's...
Yeah.
That's
Domino
fine.
has assured me that I must follow you and help you with your situation. I assure you, he wants nothing but your freedom, and I will help you with that, sir. Senor.
Okay, cool. So you're on
I'm-
board with this, right? You're
I
on
will be
board with...
taking his stay, so
You're taking his place? Okay.
see, senor.
So you're okay with us going to try to prove my innocence
Of
under a court of
course.
law, right?
Anything for you.
Wow, I really appreciate it, This is the best service I've had all day.
Wouldn't want to disappoint Domino by mistreating his friends.
Oh, of course, of course. Um,
Onyx, do you want to roll an insight roll?
no.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Oh, it's just like, wow, weird, that's crazy. But, I saw a Domino who's not a magic user blow someone up. So, worse things have happened. Uh,
Well, he is
So-
struggling with his magic.
yeah, no, I understand. It didn't look like it was on purpose. But
No, Domino, he's one to avoid conflict. He wants to do it the unconventional route.
oh, that's good. Okay. So, we're gonna have to find where these 6 murders took place. This is a big city. I guess we could just ask around, but I don't feel like that's the best idea. Um,
Tell me more about these 6 murders.
Well,
Do we know who was murdered?
No, we don't. We just know that 6 people are dead.
I
They're
see.
blaming
What?
it on me. And I think if what my brother says is true, if the first family was murdered, and it was a family that was murdered by being turned to dust, maybe there's a link there that this family, 6 people's a family, might have been turned to dust, because that's probably why he was giving me that information.
Well, do you know the location of the said family?
No, honestly, no.
I, Senor Onyx.
He gave you. You're talking about the family that was investigated from 6 months ago.
No, he did give me a map of.
Okay, making
where
sure you
that
knew you
was.
had that map. Sorry.
Yes, he gave me a map of that. I don't know who these new 6 people are.
Gotcha. Sorry. Just want to make sure I understood.
Yeah. I know Domino's not exactly on the up and up with the law. Do you think he can ask a few people if they've found 6 murders just to get a lead, you know?
Let me see. Alright, DM, so what is there any way my criminal context can help in this situation?
Do you know where the 6 murders were?
Oh, are we talking about when Domino escaped? Are those the murders?
Those might be the murders.
Oh, okay. How will we get access to that?
That's up to you guys, and that's all the way.
Okay.
But if you want to inform him, you could certainly inform him, because those are there were 5 murders plus the one in the tavern.
Okay. All right. So it is what I think it is. Okay, great. Fine.
Yeah, 6 people died. 6.
Oh,
6 people dead.
where are they?
Does mean anything to you? Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis.
Ah, 6.
Oh, no.
Now
I
we're
get it.
talking. I remember. Okay, signore. I believe Domino has informed me of the place he escaped. It was in the Red Square.
He informed you?
See?
Just now?
No.
Oh. Okay, carry on.
Okay. Follow me. We'll see what we can do.
Okay.
Alright, can we go to the Red Square?
Yes, you can. You can. One moment.
Alright. It's in the Red Square, yeah? Can I roll a history check just to be sure? Or?
Yes, it is in the Red Square.
Okay.
I'm giving you a possible suggestion. But
those.
anyways, I don't mean that as in like you should do that. I'm giving you a suggestion on how to this situation. But anyways, so you guys are going to head to the Red Square, is that right? As you guys walk along through the marketplace, it's the morning. This day is particularly busy. I believe that is Monday or not Thursday. It is Saturday, as the number of people are not working today. There's a lot of traffic going on as you head through the seaside marketplace, and eventually you get to what would be the stairwell to the Red Square, but hustling and bustling with plenty of soldiers moving about, guards and whatnot. There seems to be some kind of commotion, and as you guys walk up the stairs and get into the Red Square, you can see a platoon of somewhere around 20 different people, all armored up. These are not paladins. As paladins are quite rare. These are guards and guard outfits. Some of them have some particular weapons that look like harpoons. There seems to be a hustle and bustle about it, and there's someone talking out to them, pointing in directions, and they start to disperse their way down towards what seems to be distant Galahad, and there is a number, just a lot of hustle and bustle going on with them, and there's people like handing weapons out to a different platoon that's now armoring up of almost 20 to 25 people, and there's something going on for sure.
Oh man, with all these conspiracies and people moving around doing things that I don't understand. Makes me a little hungry. But we have an investigation to go through.
Si, Senor Onyx. But it seems, it's kind of, hot down there. Or up there.
Yes, yes. So you haven't told me anything. You've said we're going to the Red Square. Any particular reason?
Well, so my eyes flicker green, and I notify Onyx. I just got a message from Domino. He tells me this is where he was locked up, and that these might have been the people you referred to as the murderers. It turns out that he believes that his Domino, where he gets his magic power, has a ability to disintegrate people.
Oh,
He seems to be the only one not affected by this.
oh.
They must have asked when they tried to inspect it.
Did is this the only one in existence? Is there?
Well, Senor Onyx, I believe Domino had a deal with you, yes?
Yes.
He will help you with your investigation, and you will help him figure out the origins of his curse.
Right. Yes. Yes, I will absolutely do that. 100%. It seems as though my ability to do research and also do investigations is hampered by the fact that I am a wanted man.
Okay.
And
Well?
so I think we need to clear that up before any shenanigans happen. Before we do hardcore research and investigations into the two other things that we came here to do.
I see.
So
How
you're
do you
saying,
suggest go about that, sir?
let me think. Domino, and Onyx thinks for a second. How close are we to the Red Square and the jail that Senorita
You
told me
guys
about?
are up on the Red Square at the top of the stairs. I assume by now shimmied a little bit off to the right as to not block traffic.
Yes.
And the across the way, less than 300 feet or so, would be the prisoning area, the smaller area that's that's neither the chapel nor the barracks, and that would be where he was kept, about 300 feet away, not too far at all. And as you guys are standing there contemplating that, a figure starts to walk out of the chapel, completely armored up, and his armor is very jagged, and it has this dark gray coloration to it, and it has grooves, and there's a cape that runs down his back, that as it hits the ground, it dissipates into a smoke before like materializing, and he travels his way down the step one by one. He, very different than anyone else here in the here on the Red Square's guards, walks up to a few people, and you can see he has a helmet on, and it looks almost like a wild predator in terms of its design, like a shark's head almost, where it goes out and then has a jagged and goes up to these two large points at the end. And on either the eye sockets and down these circular areas for the helmet, you can see that there's this stained red, almost like if it were not obviously that no one would have blood on their helmet, it looks like a stained red of blood that runs down out of the mouth and down the eyes. And he walks up to the platoon of men who are getting themselves guarded, now up to about 40 people, leaving the barracks. And you guys are too far away to hear the issue commanded, but there is an issue commanded, and then they start lining themselves up before heading into the distant Galahad, now adding 40 more plus this other figure to the ranks. And following along behind them is a person not armored at all, but a younger boy in a red outfit with a like a necklace over his neck, and in his arms and over in a basket he has a whole bunch of sheets of paper, and he plasters one up, and it's just a picture of Domino with a wanted underneath it, and he scurries to catch up with the platoon.
Oh.
It seems that Domino is wanted.
And
Caramba.
just between you and me, just so we're clear, is it the 6 murders? Do you think that's it?
Perhaps.
Okay. So,
Well then, if he's wanted for the 6 murders, how are you in trouble?
that's a good question. Not to get into any specifics right now, but I think there's a bit of a miscommunication somewhere. Something that I can't put my finger on just yet. DM, while I'm up here, just for funds, just so I can say that I used at least one spell this episode, do you mind if I use just ping a locate object for a gold mask shaped thing?
All right.
Do you mind if I do that?
I'll need you to roll an Arcana check so I can determine how spell. How far does it allow you to search?
1 kilofoot or 1,000 feet.
Okay, I'll have you roll a Arcana check.
Okay. 23.
4 locations. 4 locations immediately come to fruition in 4 different directions, and none of them are in the Red Square. 1 is within the common grounds. 1 is within the seaside marketplace. 1 is within distant Galahad, and the other one is within Capital Square.
So 1 in each of the districts besides the Red Square.
Besides the Red Square, and also not, at least it's in the direction of, but it doesn't feel, the closest one's quite close, and it's not in the seaside, and that's how you can determine it's not in the seaside district, which is just beyond the common district. The closest one is in the common district.
1 common, 1 distance, 1 capital, and where did you say the last one was?
Marketplace.
Marketplace. Oh. Well.
Also, I want you to roll a perception check.
Okay. Perception. Natural 1.
Me too? Or...
No, just him.
Okay.
Natural 20. Nothing happens.
That's terrifying. Well, there seems to be some situations going on. Um, hmm,
Domino. Oh, sorry.
is there some way you can, hmm, is there some way you can contact Domino to write a note confessing to the 6 murders, saying it's only him, but not get him in any trouble? Like, you know, say, oh yeah, it was me, I did it like this, you'll never catch me alive. Something like that. Is that?
So you want Domino to write a confession,
Yeah, it would,
clearing
it
your
would,
name.
it would help me a lot. And then, because I feel like to investigate the health potion things, which is why we were sent here in the first place, we need to clear my name. In order to clear my name, we need to solve the 6 murders. But then there's this weird thing about the gold masks. And the church being suspicious, wanting to put blame on individuals. There's a lot of things I don't know yet. It seems like the further up the tree I look, the more spider webs there are.
Well, how authentic does this confession need to look?
I'm not sure. Does he have a signature or like a monogram or a calling card maybe?
He can have one.
Okay.
We need to, we'll need some sort of paper and pen, right?
Actually, that's not a good idea. I do have paper, but I'm a little cautious of using mine.
Well, how do we know they're accusing you of these murders?
Well, my brother's an investigator. The leader of the Red called him up this morning and said that I was. So, oh, I've got an idea. What about, do you have any ink by any chance?
No.
Because no ink. Okay. This could be interesting in a couple ways. You could just use my ink. I'll buy some new ones. You might be able to mark it somewhere, like a pillar or something, and also say when Domino's doing this confession, say something about knowing the identities of the gold masks.
What?
That sounds like a great plan, Senor Onyx.
Hmm.
Give me the materials,
No,
and
no.
I will meet with Domino, however he wants me to, and I'll be back with your confession.
Okay. You can keep the ink. I hand over my little ink.
Okay.
1 ounce bottle of ink.
1 ounce bottle of ink is given to Domino. And as for the paper, are you planning on smearing it on a wall or are you planning on doing it on paper?
I told him to smear it on a wall.
Okay. So is that what you're doing, Domino?
Yeah.
All right. And with that, Domino, you begin to head off where? We are in the red square. There is a lot of people.
I think I will wait for the opportune time to do this.
Okay, so maybe
graffiti work.
something that we'll do later or something we're doing now.
Something we'll do later.
Okay. Would you guys like to do anything now, or should I move to the other crowd for the moment?
Yeah, you can move to the other crowd.
Okay. So pulling off of you guys currently in the red square, we're gonna go back to Zatira, Kalikath, and Astrid. You guys are slinking through the distant Galahad district. So where? Okay, I know you guys are heading towards the seaside district, but there's not. Let's see. So as far as it goes, you guys travel for some ways. I want you all to roll a perception check.
Yes.
Perception.
I got a 12.
My perception's a 9.
9 and Cameron.
I got a 6.
A number of people look at Astrid, and then like they notice. There are people who notice him, but you don't hear anything that the whispers they say to one another. You don't hear anything that matter. But there are people who notice that Astrid is there as you guys travel through distant Galahad.
Oh boy.
I think we need to get a move on.
Right.
You got
let's pick up the pace a little bit.
pressing on.
It is kind of hard to stay low with this big bastard around.
Right.
You guys press
Honestly-
on. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna ask Astrid. So, you two are friends. What do you think they made off to?
I have no clue. As I've
No
told you
clue
before,
whatsoever.
I don't get told anything. Let's do this, yes master, no master. Do the mission, go home. Wait for another one.
Well, you said earlier this might be a test. Maybe the next part of the test is finding them.
Yeah.
Is there really no other place
I
you can
cannot
think of where
honestly-
they could possibly be?
I cannot honestly think of anything. Unless, DM, can I roll history?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, 11.
The most notable thing about Canton Pren, your old master, besides his very better than you attitude and rugged nature and his the many things grievances he's surely given you, the most notable thing about him is that he has had an obsession with the prophecy you found since you were a kid. Besides that, nothing.
Okay. And can I history that prophecy?
You can roll history.
Okay. Oh my god. 8.
Something, 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 orcs, something, something.
Awesome.
It was a while ago.
I can't think of anything.
Well, brainstorm a little bit, because we're gonna need a destination in mind.
And you guys travel on through, and eventually you get through distant Galahad, past many shops, stores, vendors, people, and you guys get into the seaside district, a far less populated, dense area. Now, distant Galahad's already not very densely populated, and then compared to seaside marketplace, but the seaside district is very even more sparse than distant Galahad. You start walking, and it's like you can actually breathe some, and to your left you can see this never-ending seeming sea as you guys travel along. You're no longer with the dark, gloomy area of distant Galahad, but you're actually walking down this wooden pier-like thing. And to your right, there's a bunch of looks like houses and buildings and shops and stuff. And then there's like a dock of sorts up ahead, far away to the forwards and to the left. And then to the directly left is just the beautiful blue sea. Currently shimmering as light kind of touches it in the morning.
Wow. This is awesome.
Take
People
a
just
good long
come
look at
here?
it.
People just
Yeah,
go
it's
here?
awesome.
You don't have to pay for this?
Yes.
Wow.
As you guys are traveling, a man walks right by you with just a big net full of fish just clumbering around, just passing on through. And it's evident that this is a this is where they farm fish. This is where they get imports, things along that lines. And up ahead, forwards to the left, is the docks, and you can see a number of boats currently docked there. Very large galleons, and from very large galleons to smaller like sailboats. And then you also notice, looking into the left into the bay, it's actually full of boats. There's a good 12 or 13 boats just with anchors dropped and no place for them in port, sitting there in the water. As far as the physical land of this area, there's a lot of land if you look really far left, there's a lot of land that curves its way around, and then to the right there's no land there, so it's almost like there's like a hook in the geography for some ways, and it makes this little pit or sea, if you will, where a lot of ships come and go from. But interestingly, there's not all the ships are, even the huge ones, are just docked right now, and or there's so many people are docked that there's not room for other ones, and they have anchors dropped.
I would like to look around to make sure there's no guards about Church of the Red individuals that may also be potentially looking for us.
All right. Roll perception. Well, yeah, roll perception.
Yikes, that's a 6.
That's a 6. As far as you're seeing, there's no particular red guard. As far the most in terms of guards, you see some people watching the water, and so you hear some people murmuring to each other, and you hear something about wondering when it's going to stop, wondering when it's things. And besides that, nothing really notable.
All right. Okay. Did Naomi like describe the place that we're or the ship that we're supposed to be going to for our smuggler? Give us a name exactly.
He gave you the name of the shop is the Wayward District, and he mentioned it was he didn't mention it. We could say he mentioned it was the largest building here next to the dock.
Okay. Wayward District, and I will, supposed to give that letter with seal to someone in the back.
All right. So you head your way down through the Seaside District. It's a long walk. Like it's a solid walk to get to that dock. But eventually you guys make it there, and you can see that there's a very large wooden building, and presumably by looking at the docks and the piers, you can go through the building and end up on some piers. There's a number of boats currently docked in this area, left to right. There's lots of different pier locations, and there's a number of people moving about, but you notice that there's a lot of workers sitting down on various stairs, looking at the water, sitting there playing games like cards and dice, just kind of piddling around waiting. But and then there's some more frustrated looking individuals pacing, and there seems to be a weird air of stop happening in general. You're outside of the Wayward Sea, or sorry, Warden Sea.
I will turn to the other two and say, "Last chance, folks. Any loose ends you'd like to tie up?"
I want to try and remember that prophecy again. If I can history check.
I'm afraid not right now.
Prophecy? What sort of prophecy?
This thing that my master was super obsessed with, that I found when I was in my youth training with my brother Marco.
Remember anything of it?
Just a little bit. Something about by night or by day. True love and something. I don't know what that means. All I know is he was obsessed with it, but I couldn't possibly fathom.
Well, let's not focus so much on poetic prophecies, and instead think about what her next plan is once we get out of here. next plan of action other than the obvious?
So we're getting where are we going?
It's a good question. Anywhere
We're
but
getting-
here, honestly.
Okay.
So we're getting on a boat, and we have no idea where we're headed to.
Right.
Very cool. All right. This would be the point where I would stay behind, but frankly, the only friend I had in this town is dead, and I have nowhere to live.
Well,
It's just so much left unturned, and I don't know where my masters are, and what if something happened to them?
Well, to me, it kind of seems like they just ditched you.
indeed. And from how you talked about them, that sounds like it's a common trend.
Oh, it'll be all right. We'll be back, I'm sure.
Will we?
You know,
After
Maybe?
we figure out, 1, what's up with these gold masks, 2, where the silver vine actually is.
it's very
And-
true.
And do you guys go into the Wayward District? Or sorry, the Warden of the Sea?
Yes.
All right.
Yep. We'll step in.
As you guys push open the creaky door and step inside, the interior of the shop is dimly lit, and there's a musty smell that speaks of centuries of the sea voyages and strange cargo. You glance around, taking in the collection of navigational tools and equipment that are on display, and each item is meticulously crafted and polished here, and they bear this mark of craftsmanship that is this anchor with a spear going straight through the anchor. From the compasses, there are compasses, there are astrolabes, there are chronometers. It's all sea-based shopping wear here for going navigating. There's maps, there's star maps and books and stuff about how to be a good sailor and whatnot. And as you move deeper in the store, you notice that there's this larger display case that's full of water, and there seems to be some kind of eerie glowing light deep inside of it.
Ooh. I peer into it a little bit.
As you approach it, you're drawn in with some curiosity. You peer inside, and there, it preserved in this weird, briny but clear fluid, there are some strange and exotic sea creatures. They have it's this large, long floating creature with a bunch of, down its body has a bunch of what look like to be human hands currently suspended in the air. It looks like a krill or a shrimp, a very large one, with tons of hands running down its body that it would probably use to swim its way along. And on the face of it, it has this large maw that seems to be torn open and hanging there, and it has some teeth on the bottom and teeth on the top. And it seems that whenever it was being captured, it actually got ripped its jaw open, and that must have been what killed it. Its eyes kind of have this grayish film over them, and that glow you see is actually in its mouth, where it seems to be like this luminescent glow coming from inside of its body that you can't see quite down deep inside of.
Do I know what the heck this freaky thing is?
Not in the slightest. This is some kind of abomination that you've never heard of or seen. This thing's weird, but it's on display, and it's currently one of a few tanks.
Huh. What do you reckon this thing is?
Well, gross is my first reaction.
Ugly as all sin.
Yeah, that's my second reaction. Can I touch it?
It's in a glass wall, but you can put your finger on the glass.
Not what I asked.
You probably get a disease of some sort, one unseen by science.
You know what? You got a good point. I'll say let's ignore it for now, but keep an eye on it at the same time.
It's freaky. I can't take my eyes off of it.
Is there anything else that we can interact with?
There's some more tanks, and there's basically, this is like a 2-lane shop that's longer more than it is wide. And at the end, there's somebody talking with a customer of another, and there's still more things lining the shelves in the center, all kinds of knickknacks and doodads. These at the beginning of the shop was some obviously ship equipment, and then as it progressed, it became this like fishing equipment. So now there's fishing lines, there's spears, harpoons, there's this large cannonball sitting on one of the shelves as you guys are passing through and looking at it, and you look into another one of those briny vaults, if for lack of a better word, and it seems empty and whatnot. So it looks like there's an intent of getting more. There is, or maybe they are sold even. There's on the roof of the area, there's stuff hanging from the ways down, all kinds of banners and flags and things along those lines. And it's overall there's a place with a lot of personality to it. And as you continue to explore the shop, you notice at the very end there's an old sailor sitting behind the counter, and his face is lined with wrinkles, and he has this. And even though he's grown old, there's this spark of adventure in his eyes, and he's currently talking with another customer with a happy and raspy voice, talking about some experience he had while out on the seas, or maybe even responding to a story of that the customer was telling him.
Are we able to listen in on this story?
Yeah. You kind of like you kind of make your way to the end to listen in, and you can hear him. Well, yeah, I caught that thing myself. His old bones were capable of bringing it down. I swear to God, it's nothing more harrowing. I had a human face, and I split it in twain. Trying to get more of these things so I could bring them up to just all kinds of collectors. They seem to be sprouting up more and more, but I am I'm making it my own personal mission to bring more of these in and prove that these aren't just some creations from wizard. These are happening on their own. It's incredible, really. It's discovering an entirely new species. And like the other sailors, like, oh yeah, wow, that's pretty, like following along. But it seems that he's really excited about catching these weird creatures and these weird animals that you saw prior in the pit, and something about he wants to be pioneering the science behind studying these things by catching them. But yeah, and he continues for some way.
I chime up and say, might I ask, where exactly did you find that freaky glowing thing?
I found this thing about, I want to say, I'd say a day's travel down south, and then you had 2 clicks to the east from here. From there, I was just doing some typical deep fishing, and I wanted to pick up my crab pots. I picked up the crab pot, and I couldn't get it reeled in, and it took some time. But as I got the crab pot reeled in, I saw that creature, the one that did you see into that tank over there?
Yes, unfortunately.
That thing had its hand stuck in each of the squares for the crab pot, and it had gotten itself all tangled in the mess, trying to grab at the crabs. I presume to eat them. And when I pulled him up, the rope accidentally wrapped around him and split his front half and just in twain. But those things look like human hands, and I mean. Crab pot fishing. You wouldn't expect it.
You only saw the one of these things?
Just one, but I've heard stories of them before. Other sailors talking about these things, and I thought it was wish-wash. I thought it was bullshit. But lo and behold, I caught one. And now I have everyone who's anyone coming to take a look at it. Because, I mean, look at it.
What do the other sailors call these things?
Well, there's been a couple names for this one, but a lot of people were thinking that it's kind of a whole thing where people are thinking that I made this, that it's fake, and that those aren't real hands and things. But I like the proof is irrefutable. I pulled this thing in about 3 weeks ago, and no one's really taking it seriously. They're just looking at it. But I don't know what they're calling it. The name I would call them. I can't even. I don't know what to call this thing.
Honestly, stranger things have been seen out in the world. It's strange that no one's even trying to look into the thing.
Well, that's because I've had a history of dramatizing.
Oh, shitting.
No. Look. Just listen. When I was young, I wanted to be impressive, and I told people that I had killed a bronze dragon out on the sea, and alone. And I was the laughingstock of the fishing community for years, and it still follows me to this day. It was stupid, but this is different. This is something I really did. This is something that's really there, and I brought it back. But besides that point, I just said something stupid forever ago, and people laughed at me, and it stuck with me. So now they think it's all happening again, and I'm trying to cause it. But that was years ago. But things have a way of sticking, you know.
Right. Do you think that these may be the cause of recent ship incidents?
Oh no, ship incidents actually. You were a sailor?
I might be interested in taking a boat pretty soon, so I'd like to know.
I wouldn't suggest that. Hold on 1 second. And he finishes his conversation with the other gentleman before waving him off after completing his business, taking coin and doing this. Sorry about that. I just had to. I didn't want to leave the customer waiting. You asked what's been causing these shipwrecks, huh?
Right.
It's tide. The tide is high, and whirlpools have been appearing and dealing damage to ships. And he looks left and right. Yeah, well, rough waters, damaging ships.
Does anyone know the cause of these sudden whirlpools?
No.
Nothing, huh?
He thinks to himself really long and hard. Look, it's just not safe out there. Not right now.
Right.
We've ordered all ships to stay in dock, stay in port, at least until the tide goes down. Creatures have been coming up too. Big crabs, some things like that. Deep sea moving up somewhat. But, nothing. No, the tide, the whirlpool's been damaging the ships.
That really puts a damper in my plans. Well, hopefully, you get more eyes interested on what that thing is. Whatever the heck's causing these whirlpools.
Yeah, we're having some people work on it right now, actually. They should be here today.
Oh, when should they be arriving?
And he thinks, I'm not too sure, but they're pretty punctual. They'll show up before noon for sure.
What time is it right now?
I'd say it's about 10:20, 10:30.
Alright. Couple hours. I suppose I can wait that long for at least a little bit of understanding what's going on with these.
If you're wanting to see them come in, there'll probably be a good show. Lots of people will be cheering them on as they go off to solve the whirlpools.
Oh, they haven't left yet. They're about to leave.
Right.
Understood. Do you know where they are right now?
Probably getting prepped, if anything.
Right. Where can we find them? Perhaps so we could ask them directly.
Well, it'd be kind of hard. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to tell you wrong and then send you on a chase. They're either going to be moving through the city, or you're going to find them in the Red Square.
Ah, right. Well, I suppose we'll wait until we see the hustle and bustle of them getting ready, and then we'll ask them.
Sounds fair enough. What can I do for you, though? Is that all? You just come here for a conversation with an old man? Which is fine. I enjoy the company, but...
Yeah, the creature you have in display had caught my eye and heard you telling the story, so I wanted to listen in on it.
Got a number of people. He gets a little bit happy. His cheeks become a bit rosy. Had a number of visitors. Some of you not even fishermen come in. It's pretty fun.
Right. I must say it is a bit concerned and seeing something like that and knowing it's just out there.
Well, I imagine there's more. There's so many things out there. This is just especially scary because of the hands look so much like and he raises his own hands. But I'm sure there's things. I mean, we grew up to have these hands. Why not them, right?
Right. And stranger things have been seen before.
Right. People were just it's certainly startling, but I mean, if they've been out there all this time, them appearing now is probably nothing.
Right. Well, actually, do you happen to have a map that you'd be willing to sell me?
Of what? Are you looking for a map of
destinations, potentially, that the ships
yeah, I got you a map. I mean, I have a map of most of Azabuff.
All right, I would gladly take that.
Sure. And he kind of walks off and comes back. It's going to cost you 3 silver, though. That all right?
Yeah, sure.
And he puts it on the table. There you are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I will pay him the 3 silver, and I'll immediately kind of start looking through it and walking with it to the others. So they, well, look, lads, now that we've got the map, so should the situation be resolved, they can figure out the destination.
I want to go up to that old man.
All right, we walk past Zatir and Kalikath, and you walk up to the old man, and he looks up at you. Whoa. How you doing, sir? And he puts out a hand, like excited to give you a handshake.
Yes, I do the handshake as well.
You got a
Hello,
handshake.
sir. I have a question.
What can I do for you?
Question. I'm looking for 2 people, and I was wondering if they, for some reason, might have come by here. And I give him the description of Smoking Joe and Canton Prin.
Oh, well, there's lots of people who come through here. I couldn't tell you unless they're... No, I don't think I've seen them.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Is there like a central part of this place? So are we in it? Is this it? Like
Yeah,
a hub,
this is my store. I'd say this is the heart of the Seaside District, at least as far as any boats are concerned and any traveling in and out from here. We handle imports and whatnot. I have a good team out there right now. They work for me. But yeah, this is the heart of it for sure.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
I want to go back to the other 2. It just doesn't make sense. and it's been gnawing at me ever since they left. They just where were they? Is there like, can I history stuff about Canton Prin? Like, what would be his favorite things to do? Like, what are his like, I guess like hobbies or like stuff that he enjoys that he would normally do in a city?
You wouldn't know. And also, Canton Prin is a very devout monk. He sticks to the mission pretty much.
Okay. Now,
Do you think he thought his job was finished and decided to head back up the mountain on his lonesome?
he wouldn't do that. He would have told me. So that means he's still on a mission. Would I have overheard or remember something from Canton Prin and Smoking Joe talking?
I'm trying to think. I mean, there's plenty of things they've talked about, plenty of different conversations.
Essentially, just like, did they give any like? I wouldn't say hints, like any like.
I'll have you roll an intelligence
we get-
check. Just roll an intelligence check.
Straight intelligence.
Trade intelligence, and we can see what we can do.
14.
From what you've looked at on maps, there are two entrances to Crossroads: the Ironclad Bridge and the Seaside District. So you can determine that he would have had to have gone over one of these obstacles, and you guys came from the Ironclad Bridge, if he left the city. The other thing, so that tells you that he's either in the city or he took a boat out.
Yeah. There's no way he could have taken a boat out because there's no boats moving.
Right.
It's dangerous to take a boat out.
And from my recollection, that the cart that we took, or the carriage that we took, was still at the
Yes.
tavern. So they're still in the city. Is there a
Or
place of?
Where could it be?
they took a boat, even while it was dangerous. I mean,
Is
if
there-
they took a boat, they would have a boat.
Is there like a quartermaster, like someone I could talk to about? Oh, would it be this old man?
It'd be this old man.
Okay. Excuse me, old man.
I
have
have a
another question.
name.
And your name is, sir?
Captain Brond.
Okay. I'll just call you Captain. Save us time. So, Captain, the two fellows I described, did they possibly get a boat and leave, even under the dangerous circumstances?
Brond would be shorter than Captain, so that would save you time if you said Brond. You could just call me Brond.
Okay. Oh my. Okay, Brian.
Yeah.
Did the two people I described get a boat under these dangerous circumstances?
Look, friend. I have a lot of people who come in and out of this port. Some people don't want to be. Some people don't want that kind of information just given up.
I will approach and say,
Ron,
Well,
please. It's
some
important.
parties are very interested in where people come and go, and I will bring out the letter with that seal, and like just keep it so that only he and I can see it.
His eyebrow
Yeah.
raises and he kind of like leans in a bit. All right. What does he want?
We're looking for the two that the Goliath had just described. Did any of them acquire your services despite these dangerous conditions?
They talk to a smuggler.
Which smuggler?
Let me see that letter.
It's clear as day who it's from.
I want to make sure.
You can make sure that the next one is sealed with your blood if you keep wasting any time, pal.
Roll an intimidation check.
Rolling.
As she's doing that, can I stand behind her and like cross my arms and flex and like give the help action?
Absolutely.
That's a 16 on its own.
You can
Okay.
add
I'll
advantage.
do the. I'll go ahead and do the next one. Oh yeah, the next one's 5, so 16.
16.
Okay, so like you just see her like however tall she is with a letter, and you just see
And a
like
looming
glowing
shadow.
monk eyes with veins popping out of his biceps and everything in his like forearms, just like. Well,
You know how the Lord is. He doesn't like people wasting his time.
This ain't right, you know. I got a reputation of keeping people safe, keeping people secretive. I owe him. And because I owe him, I'll let you know, but I can't owe that man forever. They spoke with Deal.
Spoke with who?
Deal. I can get him to meet with you if you want that.
I would like that very much.
He's a bit screwy, I warn you now.
I'm used to that.
Head down the dock. That away. When you find the shrimpiest, shittiest boat that's on there, barely held together by patchwork and dreams, you'll find Deal.
Thank you very much for
Fucking
your
riddle.
services, sir. And I will pass him a single gold.
He looks at the gold and scoffs, and he's like, I thought you cared about my fucking stories. Takes it and pockets it.
Oh, we do.
we do.
We do. We love how he talks. We love it when you talk.
It was helpful.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Okay, bud.
you have a good day,
I'll-
sir.
Off your
bet,
feet in the heat. We gotta go.
Indeed. Hope you come to some interesting revelation in regards to that strange creature.
Thanks.
No. Thank you. Okay, bye.
And you guys travel on your way?
Yep, we're gonna
He's a
inquire
nice man.
about. We're gonna inquire to this Deal fellow about his last two contacts, last two potential customers.
As you're-
Remind me to keep one. Remind me to keep one of those letters handy. That sure was
Oh, I'm
useful.
gonna hold on to this one.
Yeah, for real.
All right. So you guys travel looking for Captain Deal?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. As you guys take a step outside of the Warden of the Sea, you immediately see walking down some stairs forwards and to the right that come from the common grounds, several armor pieces glinting as essentially a small army begins like stomping 2 feet in step down the stairwell, and a number of people are getting out of the way and making a line of obvious of where they're going as everyone's getting out of the way of the red. And leading that group is an individual with the dark gray armor, the black cape that seems to turn into smoke as it hits the ground, and the very intense shark-like helmet on as they walk their way downwards, and they bank a left away from you guys towards what seems to be this large galleon of a boat. And gotta pull that up. Sorry. As they basically are armed to the teeth with harpoons, weapons, fishing equipment, things along those lines. Some of them are carrying nets over their shoulder as they travel, and it seems to be that they are heading towards a large boat with the emblem of Tenet onto one of the sails.
those might be the individuals going to investigate that the old man mentioned. Let's make our discussion with Dio brief.
Extremely. Please, let's hurry.
All right, you guys head the other way, which is the direction towards where Captain Deal should be. And traveling for some ways, as he said, you travel down the dock, and down the dock, and down the dock, and down the dock. Big boats, small boats, everything in between, until you get to just about at the end of the dock, second from the last. There's this small fishing boat of sorts with a cracked windshield. There is like oars that are there's like a snapped in half oar sitting in there as well, and an individual just like slapping the fucking thing, going, "God damn it!" and like trying to keep there's water like popping out of like a small hole in the ship, and he pulls from the thing. He gets like this weird, like almost like a bandage looking thing, slaps it down, and his hands glow a little bit, and he tries to mend this like cover onto it. You might have found your man.
Yeah, I think
Well,
he fits.
Yeah. Excuse me.
like,
I
like a
chime up.
glove.
Huh?
Are you Captain Dio?
Well, yeah, that's been me. How can I help you?
Well, we'd like to ask you a few important questions. No, we are not cops.
Sounds like something a cop would say. What's your questions?
You got a point, though.
I will present the letter with the seal saying, we are looking for two people who had inquired on your services. potentially."
Services. And I'd like to describe the people to Captain.
As you describe it to him, he's kind of like nodding with you, nodding off, going half asleep. Kicks back up. Yeah. Yeah, I saw them or something. Yeah, they went that way.
That way?
Yeah, or that way. Or, which way do you want them to go?
Hey,
Where
how many
we
people
want them to
are?
go? As in they haven't left yet?
Sure. And he takes a big swig of a drink.
Listen,
Oh,
it's very important that we find these two. They have a very important package
Ooh.
that the Lord himself is looking for, perhaps.
Oh, the Lord
like to know if they
himself. I didn't realize that. Well, I don't fucking tell people shit.
And I fully respect that. I fully understand your professionalism. However, this is a unique circumstance where we do need you to talk.
And this is a very particular sense where you can kiss my ass.
I will hold out 50 gold and say, does this change your mind? His eyes squint a little bit, and he like puts his hands over to block the sun, and he looks in at like that gold, and he kind of gives a scoff. Look at me. Look at this. You think that I care about that? I'm quite made, I'll have you know. Finest I stack another
captain you've
50 on
ever
top of
seen.
it as he's talking. I stack another 50 on top of it as he's talking.
He kind of like thinks to himself. Who
You're very
are you?
smart. You're a very smart man. You have good business sense. So,
I do have good business sense. You're right. You're right indeed.
you wouldn't want to miss this opportunity.
Oh, but I think I would. See, they're paying much more than you. And besides
Really?
that, it's
How
a
much?
business practice. See, once I take in one $50 now, and word gets around that I'll just sell any client out, then how am I going to get clients in the future?
Well, of course, we won't be spreading any word about you assisting those who you really work for.
And I can trust your word. Why, my friend? My little red friend there.
because the man, the Lord himself, trusts those who are most loyal to him. He respects nothing more than loyalty.
Ah, yeah. So is this the Orange Lord, the Red Lord, the one that sits in Galahad? What Lord are we talking about? I don't
DM, how many
care
people
for
are
any
around
of
real
them.
quick?
There are not many people around. He's on his boat though, and his boat's like rocking with him. He's a little bit inebriated, and he's just giving you guys lots of shit.
Oh, that's a shame. That you guys have better business sense. I thought you knew that 100 gold would be worth more than a few broken fingers. And I nod my head at Astrid. Go ahead.
Actually, I think we need to do this subtly. I look at Cal.
Big man afraid to get on the boat. Yeah, I thought. You guys scatter.
I would rip you limb from limb with surgical precision, but I need to keep a low profile. Only killing you would just add to the list.
Well,
Okay.
good to know that I'm safe.
Fine. All right, listen. You got us. We do have something to offer you. How much are they paying you exactly? Can you tell me that at least?
My rate's 1,000 gold a person. Get you out of the city without any Reds knowing.
Perfect. How about this? We are very, very close with the Lord. He has given me permission, if necessary. I really wanted to avoid it, but it's come to this point that I really can't. He is fully prepared to offer you 5,000 gold just for the information.
You keep referencing this Lord, but you showed me Santiago's symbol. Are we talking about Santiago or are we talking about Vashon?
Santiago. The one who really has his grip on you.
That's what I thought. You can tell Santiago. I want you to roll a persuasion check.
Deception?
Oh, deception, excuse me.
Yes. Where'd my deception go? There it is. Got a 14.
That he can kiss my ass.
You got it. All right. Astrid, break his fingers.
Jargon!
Try to make this easy for you.
I want you to roll
I
initiative.
quickly grab.
Oh, this is initiative. This is it.
15.
All right.
Where's my initiative? There it is. 19.
Ooh. Let's see here.
I made the mistake of trying to roll. Oh, never mind. There it is. Natural 20, by the way.
Natural 20 on your initiative? Oh, fuck.
God damn. Natural 20, 19 for me.
Yeah.
All right. So that's going to make it. All right. So who had the highest initiative?
I had a natural 20 with a +3, so 23 total.
And did you say, Calicut, did you have a natural 20?
I had a 19.
A 19? And
Just a
then
19.
and then what was yours, Justin?
15.
15? All right. 1 second. So first is, that's going to be Grayson. What are you? You're Satira. And then Kalikath. And then Mr. Astrid. And then with a nice fat 7. Dio. So Dio's about 5 feet lower than you in his boat. And the first up is Zatira.
All right. We tried to make this easy for you. Now, I'm gonna send Santiago a few of your fingers in a box. Let them know just how uncooperative you really were. And I'm gonna dive on top of him and like make sure that he stays quiet in his little boat.
Oh God!
And I'm
All
gonna
right.
hold a knife to his hand, one other hand over his mouth. Say, you better cooperate.
Oh man! All right, so you jump the 5 feet down, and the boat rocks, and he immediately is like losing his balance. And I'm gonna have you roll like athletics grappling check onto him, and he's rolling a disadvantage because he's inebriated.
Alright.
So he got 16 and a
Minus one of my things.
4.
Well, I rolled a 5, so it's one better.
Oh shit! So you snag on, you grab onto him, and you knock him to the floor as he lays on his back, and you hold the knife up to his throat, and he has his left arm outwards towards the cabin of the boat where the steering wheel is, but he's looking that direction as you hold the knife. He looks at you with like fear in his eyes.
I'm gonna
All right.
whisper in his ear. I'm gonna give you one last chance to cooperate. We try to play nice, but now we're playing dirty. So, when I remove my hand, you're going to tell me exactly where those two went, or else I'm going to replace your tongue with my dagger blade.
All right, Calicath, or is that your turn, Satura?
That'll be my turn.
All right, Calicath, your turn.
Let's see. I'm gonna give Astrid Bardic Inspiration. Just a solid pat on the back, and I say, this is gonna be a fun one.
All right. Is that your turn?
That's my whole turn.
Astrid?
Well, I've never really tortured anybody as I crack each of my knuckles.
Hopefully,
Here's
it
the
won't
first
come to
time,
this.
and I do a hop little skip to the boat.
All right. You jump the 5 feet into the boat, and the boat careens downwards and backwards as water splashes, and the water starts to fill up some of the boat because it's already had a hole in it, but it's not like crazy amounts. His back is starting to get wet as the water's kind of coming up, and now there's a Goliath pressing down into there, and you're onto the boat as the thing's entirely leaning it towards like where you are because of the weight.
You better take a deep breath,
Now.
friend.
Yep. Now, buddy, what do you care more for? Using your fingers for a while, or keeping this boat afloat? Either or, I can break it. You make your choice. Now, where did those two people go?
All right, I'm gonna have you roll.
Super easy to just tell me. I don't want to do this, and I know you don't want me to do this, but I will.
I want you to roll an intimidation with advantage because of Zetera.
Okay, a 13. Okay, a 13.
Cool.
So, all right, 1 second.
Let
You
me
had
roll
your
my
bardic
inspiration.
That was the wrong
Yeah, I was just-
dice. How did I roll the wrong
Let me
dice?
roll. Let me
Yeah,
get
you can
that
roll your
bardic
inspiration dice while I
roll
try to
real
find my
quick.
D20 because I rolled a D10.
Okay.
Where's my D20?
That's a 5
of
for an 8.
Total of
18
18.
and 18.
Yeah.
Dirty
18? Damn.
Filthy, stinky, grossy 18.
Very
Um,
scary 18.
What? Did you say Rose?
No.
One second. My dice fell. Oh, there we go. Now, you rolled an 18. Sorry about that. I didn't know it fell. Let me re-roll that because I accidentally touched it and it fell. Oh. All right. So he says that, or you say that, and intimidating for the information. It becomes his turn as he spits right in your face, Zatira. It's vile. It's got an alcoholic smell to it as he does so, and what's his name? Jergen then decamouflages from the on top of the steering wheel. As Astrid, you look to your right to see him with he had his arm raised out, and Jerrigan jumps a slimy, almost what's the word? Almost like like a fat rat sized, maybe a small cat sized ooze jumps itself off of the steering wheel and tries to land itself onto your face. I want you to roll, or actually I think it's an attack. What's your armor class?
14.
14 as your head ducks to the right.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
And it flies right by and then lands on the front of the boat. And it it splatters before slowly reforming itself. And you hear Dio go, "Damn it, Jerrigan." All right,
That's
that's
what
good.
you tried to pull it. Unfortunately, it's not gonna work.
Now,
You're gonna die soaking.
Satira, your turn.
All right. I don't think I made myself clear this time. And then I decide to nick one of his ears with my knife.
Ooh.
Listen closely.
All right.
We want the two of them. Tell us where they are. And then you'll never have to see us ever again.
There's a really angry, like gritting his teeth as you say that. I want you to roll intimidation.
Would it also be with advantage because I also still have a knife on it?
Yes, I would say this is definitely with advantage.
Mid-battle PP break. Just for me, though.
Shit. That's a 5.
Why'd you roll a 1d8?
I didn't roll a 1d8.
Oh, that's Astrid. Sorry.
Yeah, I rolled
okay. So you got a 5
I rolled 20 in it. Yeah, I got a 5.
with advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a 3 and a 5.
Homie had a natural
5.
6.
Oh my god.
As you say that, he tries to knee your stomach like multiple times, but doesn't really get any damage off to try to get you off. All right. Is that your turn?
Oh, just cut a finger already.
You just won't listen. All right, I'm gonna cut one of his ears off. You just won't listen.
Roll damage.
Rolling damage. Nope, that's the hit. Yeah. That's 4 piercing.
4 piercing as you get the ear, just like it's hanging. So you cut into it and the fleshiness runs up, and then you kind of cut outwards, and the ear's still hanging by like a quarter of it at the top end of it as he howls out in pain.
I stick my forearm over his mouth.
And he as he bites down onto your arm as he's screaming, and you
Next thing that comes out of your mouth better be their location.
I can't.
Why not?
It would ruin me.
I'm about to fucking ruin you.
All right.
Tell me where they are.
Kalakath?
Is Jerrigan still on the boat?
Jerrigan is on the boat, reforming himself into a jumping position.
Can I punt him off the boat?
No! Yes, you can.
What do I need to roll?
You hop into the boat. The whole boat's now like wobbling. I do need you to roll an acrobatics as there's too many people weighing that side down.
Give me a second.
The whole boat's leaning at an entire angle now. As it's here, you're being lifted upwards. As Astrid was already a lot, and now it's like getting even more.
I got a 9.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Kalakath. You do land on the boat to kick him, and you fall backwards into the water, I'm afraid.
Whatever, I've been
There's
wet
a
enough.
splash into you're in the salt water as you you get yourself back up. You can use the rest of your movement to pull yourself onto the boat, though.
I would like to do that.
With that, you pull yourself onto the boat, and now you have your action.
Cool. Cool. Am I in range to punt the little shit?
You're prone, so you can mostly try to grab him and throw him.
I don't want to touch that thing with my bare hands.
All right, so you're gonna let him continue surviving for a second.
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Listen to me, you little shit. You got lucky this time.
Does the boat fill with even more water?
It kind of, some of that pours out as the boat fully like goes out, like it's all, the boat is starting to sink, but it's the water's where Calicat and Acid are standing more than anything.
I would like to just, I know this isn't on my turn, but I'll just look at the water and then give him like a look like, approaching water. Uh-oh.
The boat is sinking, and he starts to sweat profusely because of such thing. Like his fear actually starts really reaching him as the boat's beginning to sink. Astrid, are you here?
Yeah.
All right, it's your turn.
Okay, man. Not looking good for you, but looking great for us. Gonna tell us? Hello?
Would you like to roll intimidation?
Yeah, I guess I'll roll intimidation again. With advantage?
Yes, yeah, definitely with advantage as the boat's beginning to sink and his eyes are wide.
Okay, another 13.
Let's see what we get here. Oh,
With your weighted
19.
$80 dice. Oh,
19.
let's go. I break a finger.
Oh, you walk up to him and break. Well, you were using your turn to intimidate
Oh.
because
Okay,
that's an
bonus
attack.
Action.
Oh, bonus action attack.
fine.
Yeah. All right, you bonus action break a finger of his. I want you to roll a D4.
Just with no modifiers?
No, you're just breaking his finger.
That's all.
Okay.
Just giving a little snap.
One damage
finger break
as he
damage.
screams out in pain again, but muffled because of the because Zatira still has her arm over his mouth, trying to silence him as he's crying out in pain. Tears are streaming down his eyes.
You got a new choice, pal. You die broken, or you live broken. Which would it be?
Because I'm gonna break you.
He's breathing and panting like an animal now. Jerrigan. As Jerrigan leaps off the boat unintentionally. Like he tried to jump, and Jerrigan just jumps straight into the ocean water, essentially. Like it was just the worst jump. Like a cat, completely uncalculated. Like the cat wanted to go from here to there, and it somehow ended up over here. It just, the whole gooiness flops, and you like a Calicat. By the time you look back over to the gray ooze, there's a splash in the water.
It's just, no! I wanted to kick him!
the Deal's now like muffled, trying to speak while crying.
Nice. Is there any way that I can save the little glob?
Maybe. We'll see on your turn.
Okay.
Do you let him speak, Zatira? He's still in a
I
panic
say-
state.
I say, I'm gonna take my arm off. And so, then, you're gonna tell us what we want. And then maybe we'll save your little pet.
Jerrigan, you stupid fucking shit!
Alright.
Zatira, it is your turn.
I would like to once again intimidate the
Please do.
intimidate the shit out of him.
I'm gonna add a +5 to your modifier. Whatever your already modifier is, you're getting a +5 for this situation at hand, plus advantage.
Sick. 14 plus 5, 19 total.
19 total?
Yeah.
That was not a D20. That was a wrong one.
Whoa.
You guys have clicked the wrong one. It's fine.
Yeah.
What? Never.
Oh, okay, 14. With that, he finally breaks. He starts crying, and he wasn't remuffled, and he's just like, fine. Get off my boat. Get off my boat. My boat is sinking. Get off my boat. I will tell you what you want. Get off my boat. Get off my boat.
Tell us first, and then I'll let you.
Get the big thing off my boat. My boat is sinking.
All right, big guy, stand up and keep watch.
On the boat. No, I'm kidding. I will get off the boat.
You get off the boat. He's crying. There's like a pool of blood happening, and with his free hand, he's trying to hold his ear that's in pain, and he's just like, there's a whimpering happening. Okay. Those fuckers wanted out. I couldn't get them out. They wanted to get out of the port. The ports are closed, and normally I can get past the red, but the red are currently locking them down. They were locking things down before even the ships are being sank. They locked down a while ago, and I haven't been able to make any transfers. No one, but they were on the list. They were supposed to be gone as the first ones out whenever I was able to get people out of the port.
Did they tell you where they were going when you told them you couldn't do it?
They told me they would find me.
Oh, so a later date then.
Yes, I don't know when the ports are going to be released, but when the ports were to be released and boats were free to leave, they said they would find me.
There. Was that so hard?
Fuck you.
I will stand up and hop off the boat.
You clamber your way onto the dock. All that's left on the boat is Kalikath, where he's just looking at you with blood and with rage in his eyes.
As I stand up, I pull out my spool of bandages and I tear off a decent amount, and I say, "Man, you should have just taken the money." And I toss him the little rip of bandages I tore off for him.
I was actually going to give it to him too.
He catches it with his offhand.
The slime
I
boy.
wasn't gonna
where's
break
he at?
somebody's finger.
You look for the slime boy and you turn around. Roll a perception check.
Could I assist
perception.
in this perception check?
No, it's I'm afraid you're standing on the dock and it jumped
Understood.
underneath
I got
the
a
dock.
14.
14. There you see this little looks like an oil, like it's a clearish liquid, and it looks like an oil on water as it's like slinks and then like slowly floats away, because it all it can do is slink forwards and then slink back, and the motion of that, it's basically at the will of the waves as it's like trying to slink its way to the boat, and it's just not capable as it slinks and then doesn't move, and it slinks and then it doesn't move.
Is it close enough
Like,
for me
do
to
we-
grab, or is it farther away?
It's close enough to grab, I would say. You would have to roll an acrobatics check to not fall in as you're grabbing. You basically have to lean on one of the posts and then grab them.
Can I pull out my
Would I-
long sword and hold it
Would I
out
be
to
able
him?
to
Yeah, you
assist
can.
him in like his balance?
If you jump up back on the boat.
I think enough shaking. I think I got it. You know, shaking boat is too much for me apparently. And I pull out the longsword and I hold it out to him as non-threateningly as possible. I'm like, "Come on, man. Look, I'm sorry. Come on. I get you back on here."
There's no indication of emotion as the thing grabs onto the first thing it's capable of, and what you can see is this gray slime with a small 20-sided black square rock inside of it as it grabs onto the end of your sword, and you lift it up and it's just on there, and you do see as it's on there the corrosiveness of itself chewing up holes in your sword.
All right, that's okay. That's cool of you. All right, here you go. And I gently place him back down on the boat.
You try to place him on the boat, and he stays on the sword, and then you flick him and he stays on the sword, and then you smear him like butter onto the boat, and then he gets off of your sword and reforms himself, and then there's a moment where Deal looks just pissed off and smacks down onto Jerrigan, and the Jerrigan splatters before again reforming, and he's like, "You fucking useless."
Damn. Well, I'll leave you to your devices.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Fuck you.
Wasn't no business done. This sucked. I hop off the boat.
We know
You
that
hop
they're
off the
for
boat.
Sure still in the city for now.
Torture wasn't that bad.
That was
All
pretty
right.
fucking awful.
Well,
That
for
was
him.
the first time I've actually done it myself. Actually, how did I
Oh.
do?
Well, round of applause for everyone then. Kalikath, we need some work, but that's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
You know,
thanks.
he was playing a good cop role.
You know, honestly, I think their best bet would be. You think they might have gone back to the Iron Tankard? Tankard?
Well,
Tankard?
you think you would
Bar.
have seen them by now if they were.
Well, that's the thing. I've been gone from there. You know, tentacle monster, sewer, you guys being arrested.
No.
This.
I suppose we.
I think we
could
need to head
try and
back.
head back.
It wouldn't hurt to try. Let's go do
You
that.
think-
Yeah, we'll ask if they checked out.
Yeah. Actually, I won't go in. One of you two will.
All
Pretty
right.
sure they don't like me anymore.
I'm just as recognizable as any other person. Look at me.
Well, yeah,
Maybe-
man, but you didn't start a fight and ruined to everyone's good time. Just, dude, I'm a Goliath. Just go
That's a
do
good
that.
point.
They probably won't recognize me from the two of you being in there, and so I guess I'll go in and ask.
Sounds good to me.
All right. And with that, it is up to the players if you guys would like to continue or quit for the night.
I think that's a good stopping point to me.
I think
I think
so
so
too.
too. I have work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
think
guys,
I
you
have
guys,
work tomorrow.
yeah, you guys gather your things, and you then head on your way back to the Iron Tankard on this mystery to find these two missing individuals, and we'll pick this back up in a month's time, actually, on the 20th, on the 3rd. So I hope to see you guys on the 3rd, and I appreciate you so much for staying here with us while we play this fantastical game for you, with us, for us, really. Sorry. But I hope you guys have a fantastic month. Be safe, be lovely, and goodbye. Beep-doop-boop, beep-doop-boop.